This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I used to work at this rundown gas station off Highway 71 in rural Arkansas, the kind of place that hasn't been renovated since the 90s, with those old-school pumps that make a clunking sound when you reset them. Thornton's Gas and Go, though everyone just called it Thornton's. My last name, if you're wondering. It was my uncle's place before he got sick and needed help running it. The night shift was the only one available when I started, 11 at night to 7 in the morning, Thursday through Monday. It was brutal at first, but I got used to it. The pay wasn't great, but it covered my bills while I figured out what I wanted to do with my life after dropping out of community college. The worst part wasn't even the hours. It was how isolated that place was. During the day, you'd get truckers and locals stopping by, but at night, sometimes I wouldn't see a single customer for hours. Just me, surrounded by miles of pine forest and the occasional passing headlights on the highway. The nearest house was about 2 miles away, and the closest town was Mina, about 15 minutes by car. I'm telling you all this so you understand why what happened freaked me out so badly. When you're alone in a place like that at night, your mind starts to play tricks on you. At least that's what I kept telling myself. It was a Thursday in late October, about 3 years ago. I remember because Halloween was coming up and I'd been hanging these cheap decorations around the store. The night was unusually cold for Arkansas that time of year. I had this old space heater running behind the counter because the store's heating system was garbage. Around 1 in the morning, I was restocking the drink coolers and listening to a podcast on my phone. Business had been dead all night. I hadn't seen a customer since around 11:30, when Mrs. Billings stopped by for her usual pack of Virginia Slims. I remember thinking I might actually get through the inventory before my shift ended, which never happened. That's when I noticed the headlights through the front windows. They were unusually bright, almost blinding, cutting through the darkness like searchlights. I remember squinting as I looked out, thinking someone had their high beams on. The car pulled up to pump 2, right in front of the store windows, where I could see it clearly. It was an older model sedan, maybe from the 80s. Dark color, blue or black, hard to tell in the night. But what struck me was how clean it looked. Immaculate even, which was weird for a car that old. No rust, no dents, nothing. Just this perfect gleaming paint job that reflected the fluorescent lights from the station's overhead canopy. I waited for the driver to get out, but nothing happened. The engine shut off, the headlights stayed on, and nobody came out. This happens sometimes, people checking their phones or getting their wallet ready, so I didn't think much of it at first. But after about 5 minutes, the car was still sitting there, headlights blazing, no sign of movement. I started to get annoyed. The headlights were so bright, they were reflecting off the store windows and making it hard to see the security monitors. Plus, we had a policy about people sitting at the pumps without buying gas. Too many times people would use our lot to sleep or do drugs. I grabbed the store phone, thinking I'd use the PA system to ask them to either pump gas or move along. But when I picked it up, I hesitated. Something felt off. I can't explain it, but I suddenly had this feeling in my gut that I shouldn't draw attention to myself. It was irrational, but the feeling was strong enough that I put the phone back down. Instead, I decided to go outside and check on the driver. Maybe they were having car trouble or weren't feeling well. I told myself I was being paranoid and that I needed to do my job. I stepped outside, and immediately the cold air hit me like a wall. It was unusually still, no wind, no sounds of insects or animals from the surrounding forest. Just dead silence except for the faint hum of the car's electrical system keeping those headlights on. "Hello?" I called out as I approached. "Everything okay?" No response. The windows of the car were tinted, but not so dark that I couldn't see there was definitely someone in the driver's seat. They appeared to be slumped forward, maybe resting against the steering wheel. My first thought was they might be having a medical emergency, heart attack or something. I tapped on the window. "Hey, you all right in there?" Still nothing. That's when I noticed the window was actually rolled down about an inch. The interior of the car smelled strange, like wet soil and something metallic. I leaned closer, trying to get a better look at the driver. What I saw will stay with me until the day I die. It wasn't a normal person. I know how that sounds, but I swear on everything I've ever cared about, what was sitting in that driver's seat wasn't human, at least not anymore. The figure was slumped forward, head resting against the top of the steering wheel, face turned slightly toward the window where I was standing. Its skin was ashen gray, not pale like a sick person, but gray like concrete or clay. It had this brittle-looking hair, thin and colorless, falling in patches around its face. But the eyes, God, the eyes. They were open just a crack, and I could see they were completely milky white. No pupils, no irises, just this flat, dead white. The worst part was that I could see its chest wasn't moving. It wasn't breathing. Nothing about it seemed alive, yet there it was, sitting in a car that had just pulled up minutes ago. I stumbled backward, nearly falling on my ass. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I ran back to the store, fumbling with my keys to lock the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. Once inside, I grabbed the phone and called 911. The dispatcher kept asking me questions I couldn't answer. Is the person conscious? Do they appear to be breathing? Are they injured? All I could say was that something was wrong with them and that they needed to send someone right away. While waiting for the police, I watched the car through our security monitors. The headlights continued to shine brightly, but there was no movement from inside. I kept thinking about those milky white eyes and wondering if they could somehow see me through the store windows. After what felt like forever but was probably only about 20 minutes, 2 sheriff's deputies pulled up. I watched on the monitor as they approached the car cautiously, flashlights drawn. One of them tapped on the window just like I had done. Then they opened the driver's door. This is where things get even more messed up. They looked inside, talked to each other for a moment, then started looking around the parking lot. One of them walked around the entire car while the other one checked under it with his flashlight. They seemed confused. When they came into the store, I was still behind the counter, probably looking like I'd seen a ghost, which, honestly, maybe I had. "Sir, there's no one in that vehicle," the older deputy said. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. "What? No, that's impossible. I saw something, in the driver's seat. It was right there." The deputies exchanged this look that made my skin crawl, the kind of look you give when you think someone's crazy or on drugs. "The car's empty," the younger one said. "Engine's cold too. Looks like it's been sitting there for a while." "But the headlights," I insisted. "They were on. I saw them pull up." The older deputy shook his head. "Headlights are off, sir. Have been since we got here." I must have looked like I was losing my mind because the older deputy, his nameplate said Wilkins, softened his tone. "Look, son, when's the last time you had a good night's sleep? These overnight shifts can mess with your head. I've seen it happen to plenty of folks, I wanted to argue, to make them understand what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come. They took my information and said they'd run the plates on the car, but they didn't seem too concerned. Before leaving, Deputy Wilkins suggested I call someone to come stay with me for the rest of my shift or see if my boss could find a replacement. "That car's been abandoned there for at least a day or two," he said on his way out. "We'll have it towed in the morning." After they left, I locked the door again and stayed behind the counter, watching the security monitors. The car was still there, but now I was questioning everything I'd seen. Had I hallucinated the whole thing? Was I really that sleep-deprived? I called my uncle, waking him up, and told him I was sick and needed to leave. He wasn't happy, but he said he'd come in to cover the rest of my shift. I didn't tell him why I really needed to leave. I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. While waiting for him to arrive, I kept my eyes on that car through the monitors. It just sat there, dark and still. No headlights, no driver, nothing like what I'd seen earlier. When my uncle arrived about 45 minutes later, I practically ran to my truck. As I was pulling out of the parking lot, I glanced back at the car by pump 2. For just a second, so brief I've spent 3 years convincing myself I imagined it, I thought I saw a figure sitting upright in the driver's seat, those milky white eyes staring directly at me as I drove away. I quit the next morning, told my uncle I couldn't do the night shifts anymore, and that I'd found another job, which was a lie. I was unemployed for almost 3 months after that, living off savings until I found work at a warehouse in Mina. The thing is, I never found out what happened to that car. My uncle never mentioned it, and I was too scared to ask. I drove a different route to town for weeks, avoiding the gas station entirely. When I finally got the courage to drive past it again in broad daylight, there was no sign the car had ever been there. I still have nightmares about it. In them, I'm always back at the gas station, and that car always pulls up to pump 2. But in the dreams, the driver sits upright, staring at me through the window with those dead white eyes. Sometimes it gets out of the car and comes toward the store. That's when I usually wake up, drenched in sweat and unable to get back to sleep. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was exhaustion or stress. Maybe I dozed off while restocking and dreamed the whole thing. But deep down, I know what I saw. That thing in the car wasn't human, at least not anymore. And the fact that it was gone when the police arrived only convinces me further that whatever it wasn't natural. I still live in Arkansas, but I moved to a more populated area. I don't take night shifts anymore, and I avoid driving on isolated roads after dark. Call me crazy if you want, but I know what I saw that night, and I'm convinced that whatever inhuman thing was sitting in that driver's seat is still out there somewhere, driving those dark country roads with its too bright headlights, maybe pulling into gas stations when it finds someone alone in the middle of the night. Sometimes when I see headlights in my rearview mirror that seem too bright, I feel my heart start racing all over again, and I wonder if it's found me. Story 2. I've been putting off writing about this for 5 years now. Sometimes I think if I don't acknowledge it, maybe it'll fade away completely. But the footsteps I heard last night in our hallway have convinced me I need to get this out there. Maybe someone has answers. Maybe I'm just going crazy. All I know is what happened to us was real, and I've never been the same since. It was supposed to be the perfect honeymoon. Jason and I got married in June of 2018 after dating for 3 years. We weren't interested in tropical beaches or European cities. We wanted something quiet and romantic, where we could just be together. When we found this Victorian rental house online, it seemed perfect. It was this gorgeous 3-story home perched on a cliff overlooking the Atlantic in a remote part of coastal Maine. The photos showed antique furniture, a clawfoot tub, a stone fireplace, and these incredible ocean views. The listing mentioned it was secluded and private, which sounded ideal. What the listing didn't mention was just how isolated it really was. We arrived late afternoon after a long drive from Boston. The rental agent had left a key under a flower pot, and there was no formal check-in. As we drove the last 5 miles down increasingly narrow roads, the trees got thicker, the houses fewer, until finally we turned onto a gravel driveway that wound through dense woods for almost half a mile before opening up to reveal the house. It was even more impressive in person. 3 stories of weathered gray clapboard with white trim, a wraparound porch, and a widow's walk on top. But what struck me immediately was the silence. No traffic noise, no neighbors, nothing but wind in the trees and distant ocean waves. The nearest neighbor was apparently miles away, and the small town was a good 20-minute drive. We carried our luggage inside, and I remember feeling a slight chill despite the summer warmth. The interior was beautiful, hardwood floors, ornate woodwork, antique furniture, but something felt off. The air inside was heavy, like the house had been holding its breath, waiting for someone to arrive. Jason didn't notice anything. He was busy exploring, exclaiming over the clawfoot tub and the view from the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. We unpacked, opened some windows to let in fresh air, and made dinner in the old-fashioned kitchen. By the time we went to bed, I'd convinced myself I was just tired from traveling. We fell asleep with the sound of waves crashing against the cliffs below. I woke up in the middle of the night. The room was pitch black, and for a moment I couldn't remember where I was. Then I felt Jason beside me, and it came back, the honeymoon, the house in Maine. But something had woken me. I lay there in the darkness, listening, and realized 2 things simultaneously. The bedroom door was open, and there was a cold draft coming through it. I distinctly remembered closing that door before we went to bed. Jason always sleeps with the door closed. It's just a habit of his. I nudged him awake and whispered that the door was open. "I didn't open it," he mumbled, still half asleep. "Neither did I," said. That woke him up. He switched on the bedside lamp and went to check. The door was standing about halfway open. He looked out into the hallway, then shut and locked the door. "Old house," he said, getting back into bed. "Probably just the wind or uneven floorboards." I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It took me hours to fall back asleep. The next day was fine. We explored the property, hiked along the cliffs, and made love in the afternoon. By evening, I'd almost forgotten about the door. Almost. That night, I woke up again. This time, I knew immediately what had woken me. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the hardwood floor downstairs. I froze, straining to listen. They were moving from the front of the house toward the back, then stopping, then moving again, like someone was searching for something, or someone. I shook Jason awake and put my hand over his mouth before he could speak. "There's someone downstairs," I whispered directly into his ear. He sat up, instantly alert, and we both listened as the footsteps continued. They stopped at the bottom of the stairs, and I swear my heart nearly exploded from my chest. Then, after what felt like forever, they moved away, back toward the front of the house. Jason grabbed his phone to call the police, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. We were in the middle of nowhere. "I'm going to check," he whispered, reaching for the baseball bat we'd seen in the closet earlier. I begged him not to go, but he insisted. He took the bat and his phone's flashlight and crept downstairs while I sat terrified in bed. After about 10 minutes, he came back up. "There's nobody there," he said. "I checked every room, closet, under furniture. Doors and windows are all locked. Nothing's disturbed." "I heard footsteps," I insisted. "I know, I heard them too. But there's nobody there, I swear." We didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, Jason found it while having coffee on the porch. A small wooden doll, about 6 inches tall, placed on the porch railing. It was crude, like something handmade from a single piece of wood, with a round, featureless head and a simple body. No face, no details, just this blank wooden figure. "Was this here yesterday?" he asked, holding it up. It wasn't. I knew it wasn't. We'd spent hours on that porch the day before. "Maybe the rental company leaves them as souvenirs," I suggested, not believing it for a second. Jason set it on a side table, and we tried to enjoy our day. But there was a tension between us now. We were both pretending everything was fine when it clearly wasn't. That night, the footsteps returned. They were louder this time, more purposeful, moving through the house in a pattern, from the front door to the kitchen, to the living room, up the stairs, down the hall toward our bedroom, then back down and around again, over and over. Jason and I both got up. He had the bat, I had a heavy flashlight. We decided to confront whatever or whoever was out there. We flung open the bedroom door and shined our lights down the empty hallway. Nothing. We checked every room upstairs. Nothing. We went downstairs, turning on lights as we went, but the house was empty. No sign anyone had been there. But when we went back upstairs, our bedroom door was closed. I know how this sounds. I know what you're thinking, that we were imagining things, or playing tricks on each other, or there was some logical explanation. That's what I kept telling myself too. But I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. The next morning, I found the second doll on the kitchen counter. Identical to the first, except its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, almost like it was broken. I screamed when I saw it, and Jason came running. We hadn't left the first doll in the kitchen. It was still on the porch where we'd left it. "We're leaving," Jason said. "Now." We packed our bags in record time and ran to the car. But it wouldn't start. The engine would turn over but not catch, even though it had been running perfectly the day before. Jason checked under the hood and found nothing obviously wrong. Our phones still had no service, and the nearest house was miles away. We were trapped. We spent the day trying to fix the car, trying to get a signal, trying to convince ourselves there was a rational explanation for everything. But as the sun started to set, we both knew we were in serious trouble. That night was the worst. The footsteps started as soon as darkness fell, but this time they weren't just inside the house, they were outside too, circling the house, stopping at windows, moving from door to door. The doorknob to our bedroom rattled, and then the whispering started, a low, indecipherable murmur that seemed to come from inside the walls themselves. We huddled together on the bed, the bat between us, listening to the sounds getting closer and closer. Around 3 a.m, everything went silent. Too silent. Even the ocean seemed to have stopped. "We need to get out of here," Jason whispered. "First light." We walked to town. I nodded, too scared to speak. We didn't sleep at all. When the first gray light of dawn appeared, we grabbed only what we could carry in one bag and opened our bedroom door. What we saw in the living room still haunts my nightmares. Dozens of those wooden dolls were arranged throughout the room, all identical, all with featureless heads, all standing upright, and all facing our bedroom door, waiting for us. We didn't scream, we didn't speak. We backed into our room, grabbed the bag, and climbed out the bedroom window onto the porch roof. We dropped to the ground and started running down the driveway toward the road. We walked for hours before reaching a gas station. The attendant looked at us like we were crazy, disheveled, terrified, babbling about dolls and footsteps. He let us use his phone to call a tow truck. When the driver took us back to the house, everything was normal. The dolls were gone. Our car started on the first try. Even our phones suddenly had service again. The rental agent was apologetic when we complained, offering a refund, suggesting maybe local kids had played a prank. We didn't argue. We just wanted to leave. That was 5 years ago. Jason and I don't talk about it much anymore. Our therapist suggested it might have been a shared delusion brought on by stress and the isolation of the house. Maybe she's right, but that doesn't explain why, sometimes, in our perfectly normal suburban home, I wake up at night and hear footsteps in the hallway. It doesn't explain why Jason sometimes finds small wooden objects in odd places around the house. Never dolls, but similar. A wooden spoon where it shouldn't be. A wooden clothespin in a drawer we never use. And it doesn't explain why, just last night, I woke up to find our bedroom door standing open, even though I know we closed it before going to bed. I don't think we ever really left that house. Or maybe it never left us. Story 3. I'm writing this because I don't know who else to tell. I've always been the logical one in my social circle. The guy who debunks ghost stories and finds the rational explanation. But what happened 3 nights ago has shaken everything I thought I knew about reality. I work in software sales, which means I spend half my life on the road visiting clients. This particular trip had me driving through rural Pennsylvania, taking back roads to avoid construction on the main highway. My GPS estimated arrival at my hotel around 11, and I was making good time until about 9:30, when the first drops of rain hit my windshield. Within minutes, it was a full downpour, the kind where your wipers can barely keep up and the roads turn into black mirrors. I slowed to about 40, white-knuckling the steering wheel and squinting to make out the yellow line. My eyes were burning from focusing so hard in the darkness. When I spotted the blue sign for a rest area a quarter mile ahead, I felt a rush of relief. I needed a break, maybe some caffeine from the vending machines to keep me alert for the remaining hour and a half drive. The rest area was just a small parking lot with bathrooms, a couple picnic tables under a pavilion, and some vending machines. No proper facilities or gas station. When I pulled in, there was only one other car, an old Buick that looked like it had been sitting there a while. The rain had lightened to a steady drizzle, but I still grabbed my jacket before heading to the bathrooms. That's when I noticed her. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks. A woman standing at the edge of the woods behind the rest area. She wasn't taking shelter from the rain, just standing there in what looked like a white dress, watching me. I remember thinking it was strange she wasn't getting soaked, but the area where she stood was partially sheltered by pine trees. I used the bathroom quickly, then got some coffee from the vending machine. When I came back out, she was closer, now standing near my car. Under the fluorescent lights of the parking lot, I could see her more clearly. She was maybe in her 30s, with long dark hair that hung limply around her pale face. Her white dress was dirty and torn at the hem, like she'd been walking through the woods for hours. I hesitated, my hand on my car door. Everything about this felt wrong, but she looked lost, vulnerable. "Are you okay?" I called out. She startled like she hadn't expected me to speak. "I need a ride," she said. Her voice was soft, but carried across the parking lot with surprising clarity. "My name is Clara. I just need to get home. It's just down the road. I'm not someone who picks up hitchhikers, ever, but something about her desperation got to me, and the thought of leaving a woman alone at a deserted rest stop in the middle of nowhere at nearly 10 at night didn't sit right with me. "Where exactly do you need to go?" I asked, still not committed. "Just a few miles down this road. There's a turnoff to the left. I can show you." She took a step closer. Under the harsh lights, I noticed how unnaturally pale she was. I assumed she was cold and wet from the rain. Against my better judgment, I unlocked the passenger door. "Okay, I can take you a short way. I'm on a tight schedule, though." She slid into the passenger seat with a grace that seemed at odds with her disheveled appearance. Up close, I noticed her dress wasn't just dirty. It had what looked like old bloodstains near the bottom. My stomach tightened, but I told myself she might have fallen on the road or something. "Thank you," she whispered. "No one stops anymore." I pulled back onto the empty road, wipers still fighting against the rain. "So, what happened? Car trouble?" I asked, trying to sound casual while every instinct told me something was off. "Something like that," she said vaguely. "I've been waiting a long time." I turned on the radio, hoping to break the uncomfortable silence. The station I'd been listening to earlier, some classic rock channel, was now just static. I tried a few other presets, but got the same result, just white noise hissing through the speakers. "Reception's bad out here," I muttered, turning it off. Clara was staring out the window, watching the trees pass by. "I used to live in these woods," she said suddenly, "before the accident." "Accident?" I asked, not sure I wanted to know. "It took everything from me." Her voice had a hollow quality to it. "My husband, my daughter, our home." My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "I'm sorry to hear that. When did this happen?" She turned to look at me, and I swear the temperature in the car dropped 10 degrees. 1978. I almost slammed on the brakes. That was over 40 years ago. This woman couldn't be older than 35. Before I could say anything, she pointed to a narrow dirt road on the left. "Turn here. This is the way." Every rational part of my brain was screaming at me to keep driving, to get back to the main highway and never look back. But I found myself slowing down and turning onto the dirt road. It was barely visible in the rain, just 2 tire tracks cutting through dense forest. "Where exactly are we going?" I asked, my voice higher than normal. "Home," Clara said simply, "or what's left of it." The dirt road seemed to go on forever, winding deeper into the woods. My headlights caught the reflection of animals' eyes watching from between trees. The rain drummed on the roof, and my windshield was starting to fog up. I turned the defroster on high, but it barely helped. "You know I'm dead, don't you?" Clara said it so matter-of-factly that for a second it didn't register what she'd said. I forced a laugh. "That's not funny. I died on this road." She was still staring out the window. 43 years ago, they never found our bodies. The car went into the river during the flood, but I can't leave until they come for me. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Who? Who's coming for you?" "My family. They promised they would." She turned to look at me, and for a second I swear her eyes reflected the dashboard lights like an animal's would. But they never do. I wait and wait. Every night I walk to the road, hoping someone will help me find them. I was finding it hard to breathe. The car felt smaller, the darkness outside more absolute. I reached for my phone in the cup holder, but the screen showed no service. "I think we should go back," I said, looking for a place to turn around. "I need to get to my hotel." "Please," she whispered, and her cold hand touched mine on the steering wheel. "Please help me find them. I've been alone for so long. I yanked my hand away. Her touch was like ice and left my skin tingling unpleasantly. In the rearview mirror, I noticed something on the road behind us. A figure, tall and indistinct, standing in the middle of the dirt track we'd just driven down. Its eyes caught the reflection of my taillights, glowing like embers in the darkness. "What the hell is that?" I gasped. Clara twisted in her seat to look back, and a small, frightened sound escaped her. "It's found me again. It always finds me." "What is it?" I demanded, pressing harder on the accelerator. The road was getting rougher, and my car bounced violently over ruts and potholes. "I don't know," she said, her voice shaking. "It waits in the woods. It won't let me leave. It won't let anyone help me." I made a split-second decision, wrenching the wheel to the side and executing a three-point turn on the narrow road. The car's tires slipped in the mud, but I managed to get us facing back the way we came. The figure was gone from the road. "What are you doing?" Clara cried. "Please don't take me back." "I'm getting us out of here," I said through gritted teeth. My headlights cut through the rain, illuminating the path back to the main road. "This is insane. I'm taking you back to the rest area and calling someone to help you." "No one can help me." Her voice had changed, becoming deeper, more resonant. "No one except you." I drove as fast as I dared on the slippery dirt road, desperate to get back to pavement, to streetlights, to civilization. Clara sat rigid beside me, her hands clutching the edge of her seat. When we finally reached the main road, I turned right, heading back toward the rest area. Clara suddenly became agitated. "I can't go back there," she said. "I can't leave the woods. Please, you don't understand. You need help," I insisted. "Professional help." "It won't let me leave," she whispered. "And now it's angry with you too." In the rearview mirror, I saw it again. The figure, keeping pace with my car despite the fact I was driving nearly 50 miles an hour. It moved with an unnatural speed, its form blurring at the edges like smoke. I floored the accelerator. The rest area came into view, its lights a beacon of safety in the darkness. I screeched into the parking lot and slammed on the brakes. The Buick was still there, but now there was also a pickup truck, signs of life, of other people nearby. "Get out," I told Clara, unbuckling my seatbelt. She didn't move. "I can't." "What do you mean you can't?" I was nearly shouting now. "I can't leave the car unless you take me home." Her eyes met mine, filled with a desperate sorrow. "I'm bound to the woods, to the river. I can only go so far before it pulls me back." I looked in the rearview mirror again. The figure was at the entrance to the rest area now, watching, waiting. "What does it want?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "The same thing it's always wanted. Me. And now you, because you tried to help me." A tear slid down her pale cheek. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to find my family. I've been waiting for so long." The figure began moving again, approaching the car with that same unnatural speed. Clara turned to look at it, then back at me. "Please," she begged, "help me find them. Help me go home. If I can find my family, maybe I can finally rest. Maybe it will let me go." I made a decision, then that defies every logical bone in my body. I put the car in reverse, backed out of the parking space, and then accelerated out of the rest area, back onto the main road. In my rearview mirror, I saw the figure stop, watching us go. "Where exactly is your home?" I asked Clara, my voice steadier than I felt. "The river," she said softly. "Where the old bridge used to be. That's where we went in. That's where they'll be looking for me." I drove back to the dirt road turnoff, my hands shaking on the wheel. As we turned onto it, Clara seemed to relax slightly. "Thank you," she whispered. "No one has ever come back for me before." The dirt road eventually led to an old, washed-out bridge crossing a wide, dark river. I stopped the car at the edge of where the bridge had collapsed. "This is it," Clara said. She reached for the door handle, then hesitated. Will you wait? Just for a little while? In case they don't come?" I nodded, unable to speak. She opened the door and stepped out into the rain. Her white dress seemed to glow in the darkness as she walked toward the edge of the broken bridge. She stood there, looking out over the rushing water, her form becoming less distinct by the second. I sat in my car, engine running, heater on full blast, to combat the bone-deep chill that had settled into me. I watched as Clara stood at the river's edge for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, suddenly, she wasn't alone anymore. Two figures appeared on the other side of the broken bridge, a man and a small girl. They reached out their hands toward Clara, and she reached back. For a moment, they seemed suspended there, separated by the rushing water and decades of waiting. Then Clara stepped forward, out onto the collapsed bridge. But instead of falling, she walked across the gap as if the bridge were still intact. The three figures embraced, becoming a single bright point of light that slowly faded into the darkness. I don't know how long I sat there, trying to process what I'd seen. Eventually, I put the car in reverse and carefully made my way back to the main road. The figure that had been pursuing us was nowhere to be seen. It's been 3 days, and I still can't explain what happened. I've searched online for accidents near that river in 1978 and found an old newspaper article about a family of 3 who disappeared during a flash flood. Their car was found submerged, but the bodies were never recovered. The woman's name was Clara. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I believe it myself. But sometimes when I'm driving at night, I swear I can feel cold fingers brush against my hand on the steering wheel and hear a whispered "thank you" in the static of the radio. Story 4. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since that night on Route 17, and I wake up every single night around 3 in the morning, drenched in sweat, thinking I can hear that humming sound outside my apartment window. I know I need to write this down, to try to make sense of it, even though I doubt anyone will believe me. I barely believe it myself, and I lived through it. It was a Tuesday evening in late October when I left my friend's place in Asheville. I should have stayed the night like she suggested, but I had an important meeting in Richmond the next morning that I couldn't reschedule. "You'll be fine," I told myself. "Just a 4-hour drive and you'll be home before midnight." God, I wish I'd listened to her. The first part of the journey was normal. The sun set pretty quickly, and I had my playlist going, just cruising along Route 17. It's this winding highway that cuts through rural Virginia. Not many people use it anymore since they built the interstate, but it shaves about 40 minutes off the journey if you know the way. I've driven it maybe a dozen times before without any problems. Around an hour in, the trees started getting thicker on both sides of the road. My phone signal dropped completely, not unusual for that stretch. That's when I first noticed the sign. Caution, accident-prone area. Nothing weird about that, except someone had spray-painted something across it that I couldn't quite make out in my headlights. Looked fresh, too. About 15 minutes later, I passed another sign that definitely wasn't official. It was hand-painted on a piece of plywood, just propped up against a tree. "Turn back now." I remember rolling my eyes, thinking it was just some local kids trying to freak out drivers. You know how bored teenagers get in rural areas. I actually laughed it off and kept driving. The radio had been full of static for a while, so I turned it off and drove in silence. That's when I started feeling watched. It's hard to explain. Like that feeling when you're home alone and suddenly think someone else is in the house with you. I kept checking my mirrors, but the road behind me was empty, until it wasn't. I first spotted the headlights maybe 10 miles after that hand-painted sign. Just a pair of yellow-tinted lights in my rear view, pretty far back. No big deal, right? Except they stayed at exactly the same distance behind me. When I sped up, they sped up. When I slowed down a bit, hoping they'd pass, they slowed down too, always maintaining that exact same distance. I tried to get a better look at the vehicle, but all I could make out was that it was some kind of truck with those old-fashioned round headlights, the kind that looked like eyes staring at you. I'm not normally paranoid when driving alone at night, but something about the way that truck was following me made my skin crawl. Then I saw the first figure. I had just rounded a bend when my headlights caught something by the side of the road. A person, standing completely motionless. It was a tall, thin man, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned wide-brimmed hat and a long coat that reached almost to the ground. He was just standing there. No car nearby, no house in sight. Just him on the edge of the road in the middle of nowhere. As I got closer, he turned his head to look at me. Not like a normal person would turn to glance at a passing car. This was different. His body stayed completely still, and his head rotated toward me with this mechanical precision that made my stomach drop. I couldn't see his face clearly. It was hidden in shadow under that hat, but I felt his eyes on me as I drove past. I didn't slow down to check if he needed help. Something in my gut told me to keep driving. The truck behind me was still there, keeping that same distance. I was properly freaked out by this point, doing about 15 over the speed limit, just wanting to get through this stretch of road as quickly as possible. My hands were sweaty on the steering wheel, and I kept checking my mirrors every few seconds. That's when I almost hit her. She appeared so suddenly I barely had time to react. A woman standing right in the middle of my lane, just standing there, arms hanging limply at her sides, head tilted at this weird angle that didn't look right. I swerved hard, nearly losing control of my car, and as I passed her, our eyes met for a split second. Except she didn't have eyes. Where her eyes should have been were just empty sockets. Black, hollow spaces that seemed to swallow the light from my headlights. Her skin was so pale it was almost translucent, and her mouth hung slightly open, like she was trying to say something. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed so loud my throat hurt, and I floored the accelerator. In my mirror, I saw the truck flash its high beams once, like it was acknowledging what I'd just seen, like it knew. My mind was racing, trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe it was someone in Halloween makeup pulling a prank, but Halloween was still a week away, and who would stand in the middle of a deserted highway at night just to scare random drivers? Maybe I was more tired than I thought, and my mind was playing tricks on me. I was going almost 90 miles per hour, desperate to get away from whatever the hell was happening, when I had to slam on my brakes. Right in front of me, blocking both lanes, was an overturned sedan. Its headlights were still on, illuminating the trees on the side of the road, but there was no movement, no sign of the driver. I sat there for a moment, engine idling, trying to decide what to do. The truck that had been following me was nowhere to be seen. Had it turned off somewhere? I didn't see any side roads. I should have just tried to maneuver around the car and kept going. That's what any sane person would have done. But I couldn't shake the thought that someone might be hurt. So I grabbed my phone, still no signal, and the flashlight I keep in my glove compartment, and I got out. The night was completely silent. No wind, no distant traffic sounds, not even insects or animals, just dead silence. The crashed car was empty, but the driver's door was open, and I noticed something on the asphalt. Footprints, Barefoot prints, small ones, like a woman's, leading away from the car and into the woods. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone hurt? Do you need help?" My voice sounded wrong, too loud in that unnatural silence. No response. I should have gotten back in my car right then. Every instinct was screaming at me to leave, but instead I pointed my flashlight at those footprints and followed them into the trees. The forest was dense, with pine needles crunching under my feet as I made my way through the undergrowth. The footprints were clear. Whoever made them was running, the strides getting longer. I followed them for maybe 200 yards until they led me to a small clearing. What I saw there will haunt me for the rest of my life. In the clearing stood dozens of figures, men, women, even a few children, all standing completely, still in the moonlight. All of them had the same pale, almost translucent skin, the same empty eye sockets, black holes where their eyes should have been. Their heads were all tilted at that same unnatural angle, like their necks were broken, and they were all facing me. As my flashlight beams swept across them, they turned toward me in perfect unison, moving with that same mechanical precision I'd seen in the man by the roadside. A low, guttural humming sound started to fill the air, not coming from any one of them, but somehow from all of them at once. It was like nothing I've ever heard before, a sound that seemed to vibrate inside my skull rather than enter through my ears. I dropped my flashlight and ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, crashing through branches and underbrush, not caring about the scratches tearing at my skin. I could hear movement behind me, not running, but a sort of rhythmic shuffling, and that humming getting louder. When I burst out of the trees back onto the road, the crashed car was gone. My car was still there, engine running, headlights on, and parked behind it was the truck that had been following me, an ancient-looking pickup with those round yellow headlights. Its driver's door was open, but there was no one inside. I threw myself into my car, locked the doors, and floored it. I didn't look back, didn't slow down until I hit the outskirts of Richmond as dawn was breaking. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. That was 3 weeks ago. I've searched online for information about Route 17, and there are vague stories about accidents and disappearances over the years, but nothing concrete, nothing that explains what I saw. I've thought about reporting it to the police, but what would I say? "Officer, I saw a bunch of eyeless people in the woods." They'd think I was crazy or on drugs. I haven't driven anywhere since that night. I take Ubers or walk, even though my car is sitting in the parking lot downstairs. I can't bring myself to get behind the wheel again. Sometimes I think about the woman in the middle of the road, and I wonder if she was trying to warn me. Other times I wonder if she was trying to make me stop, to join them. And every night around 3 in the morning, I wake up to that humming sound outside my window. When I look out, there's never anyone there. But sometimes, just for a split second, I catch a glimpse of something moving in the shadows across the street. Something tall and thin, wearing a wide-brimmed hat. I'm writing this because I need someone to know what happened. I need to know I'm not losing my mind. And I need to warn anyone who might be thinking of taking Route 17 after dark. Don't. Whatever shortcut you think you're taking, it's not worth it. And if you see a sign telling you to turn back, for God's sake, listen to it. Story 5. I still can't sleep right after what happened last week. I've tried talking to my friends about it, but they just think I'm making it up, or that I hit my head too hard in the accident. Maybe writing it down will help me process everything. I don't care if anyone believes me. I know what I saw that night. I've been working at Marge's Diner on the edge of Willow Creek for about 8 months now. It's not glamorous, but the tips are decent, and Marge is fair with the scheduling. Last Tuesday, I was covering Becky's evening shift because her kid was sick. It was already dark by the time I clocked out at 9:30, and I was beat after a 12-hour double. The parking lot was nearly empty when I left, just my old Honda Civic sitting under the flickering light. The normal route home takes about 25 minutes, but I remembered this shortcut through the back roads that my coworker Danny had mentioned. He said it would save me at least 10 minutes, and all I wanted was to get home and crash. I punched the directions into my phone and headed out. The main road was fine, just your typical 2-lane highway with faded yellow lines and the occasional pothole. But after I turned onto Mill Creek Road, things started to change. The trees got thicker on both sides and the road narrowed. My headlights only reached so far ahead, and the darkness beyond them felt heavier somehow. About 15 minutes in, my GPS lost signal. Just great. But I figured I'd keep going since Danny had said it was pretty much a straight shot until you hit the old lumber yard, then a right turn back to the main road. The woods were so quiet. No cars, no houses, just me and the road stretching ahead in the darkness. I remember checking my gas gauge and noticing it was getting low. That's when I first saw her. She was standing at the edge of my headlights, just off the shoulder of the road. At first, I thought it was just a weird shadow or maybe a deer. But as I got closer, I could make out a woman in what looked like a long, pale dress. It seemed to move around her in a strange way, almost like it was floating. I slowed down, wondering what the hell someone was doing out here in the middle of nowhere at almost 10 at night. I should have kept driving. Everything in my body was telling me to just press the gas and go. But then I thought, what if she was hurt? What if her car broke down and she had no cell service, just like me? I couldn't just leave someone stranded out here. So I pulled over, rolling down my window just a crack. "Hey, are you okay?" I called out. She turned toward me slowly. I couldn't see her face clearly in the darkness, but something about the way she moved made me uneasy. She took a few steps toward my car, and I noticed she wasn't wearing shoes, despite the cold October night. "I'm lost," she said, her voice surprisingly normal and calm. "I went for a walk and got turned around. Could you possibly give me a ride?" I hesitated. Every horror movie I'd ever seen was flashing through my head, but the rational part of my brain was saying she was just a normal person who needed help. "Where are you headed?" I asked. "Not far," she replied. "Just up ahead. I can show you." Against my better judgment, I unlocked the passenger door. She slid into the seat beside me, and I got my first good look at her. She was younger than I expected, maybe mid-20s like me. Her hair was dark and long, and her dress wasn't white like I'd thought, but a pale blue that seemed to shimmer slightly in the dome light. She wasn't dirty or disheveled like someone who'd been wandering in the woods would be. "I'm Jamie," I said, trying to break the awkward silence as I pulled back onto the road. "Lila," she replied, not looking at me. Her eyes were fixed on the road ahead. "So, do you live around here?" I asked, trying to make conversation. "I used to," she said. "Keep going straight for now." Something felt off. Her skin was so pale, and she sat unnaturally still. No fidgeting, no checking her phone, nothing. Just staring ahead with this vacant expression. I blamed my unease on too many late-night horror movies and the fatigue from my double shift. As we drove deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to close in around us. The road got rougher, with potholes that made my car shake. I didn't remember Danny mentioning the road being this bad. "Turn here," Lila suddenly said, pointing to a narrow dirt path I would have missed completely if she hadn't pointed it out. "Are you sure? This doesn't look like a road," I said, slowing down. "It's a shortcut. It leads to the mill." The mill. Something clicked in my brain then. I'd heard stories about the old abandoned mill in Willow Creek. It had been shut down in the 80s after some kind of accident. Local kids dared each other to spend the night there, but most were too scared of the stories. Stories about strange noises and people going missing. "You live near the old mill?" I asked, my mouth going dry. Lila didn't answer. She just kept staring ahead, her face expressionless. Against my better judgment, I turned onto the path. It was barely wide enough for my car, with branches scraping against the windows. The headlights illuminated a tunnel of dense foliage ahead of us. I couldn't even see the sky anymore. "How much further?" I asked, trying to keep the nervousness out of my voice. "Not far now," she said softly. We must have driven for another 5 minutes, though it felt like hours. The whole time, Lila didn't move or speak unless I asked her something directly. The silence in the car was suffocating. I turned on the radio to break the tension, but all I got was static. I switched it off. That's when I realized something that made my stomach drop. There were no houses out here, no driveways, no mailboxes, no signs of anyone living in the area, just darkness and endless trees. "Lila, are you sure this is the right way? I don't see any." "Stop the car," she interrupted, her voice suddenly urgent. I hit the brakes, more out of surprise than anything else. "What's wrong?" I asked. She didn't answer. She was staring out the windshield, her body tense. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. I turned off the engine and listened. At first there was nothing, just the quiet ticking of my cooling engine and the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. Then I heard it, a soft, mournful sobbing in the distance. It was faint at first, but it gradually grew louder. More voices joined in, until it sounded like a chorus of people crying out in despair. My hands started shaking on the steering wheel. "What is that?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Lila turned to look at me then, and in the dim glow of the dashboard lights, her face seemed different, older somehow, with shadows under her eyes that hadn't been there before. "They're coming for you," she said, her voice no longer human-sounding but hollow, like it was coming from the bottom of a well. I blinked, and she was gone. Just gone. The passenger seat was empty, as if she'd never been there at all. Panic exploded in my chest. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The crying was getting louder, closer. I started the car and threw it into reverse, pressing the gas pedal to the floor. The tires spun in the dirt before catching, and the car shot backward. I wasn't looking where I was going. I just wanted to get away from that sound. The back of my car slammed into something hard, a tree, I think, and my head snapped forward, then back against the headrest. For a moment, everything went black. When I came to, my car was stalled, the headlights still on, but pointing at an angle into the trees. My head was throbbing, and I could feel something warm trickling down my forehead. Blood. I tried to restart the car, but the engine just made a sick, grinding noise. "No, no, no," I whispered, turning the key again and again. Nothing. That's when I looked up and saw her standing beyond the tree line. Lila. She was about 20 yards away, half hidden by the darkness, but I could see her clearly in the beam of my headlights. Her dress was moving around her even though there was no wind, and she was pointing deeper into the woods. The moaning sounds were all around me now, coming from the darkness beyond where she stood. I couldn't see what was making the noise, but I could feel them watching me. I grabbed my phone, still no signal. I had two choices: stay in the car and hope someone would find me, or run. The way back to the main road couldn't be that far, right? I chose to run. I grabbed my keys and phone, pushed open the door, and started sprinting back the way we'd come. I didn't look back. Not even when I heard the moaning change to something more urgent, more hungry. Not even when I heard footsteps crashing through the underbrush behind me. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs were burning, and my legs felt like they were going to give out. I tripped over roots and crashed through bushes, scratching my arms and face. But I kept going, driven by pure terror. Somehow, I made it back to the main road. I couldn't believe my luck when I saw headlights approaching. A pickup truck. I waved my arms frantically, and the truck slowed to a stop. An older man rolled down his window, looking concerned. "Jesus, kid, what happened to you?" he asked, eyeing the blood on my face. I couldn't even form words at first, just gasped for air. "Car crashed. Need help." He let me in and drove me to the nearest place with people, which happened to be another diner about 10 miles down the road. The waitress called the police while the man gave me a bunch of napkins for my bleeding head. When the cops arrived, I told them about the crash, but left out the part about Lila and the noises in the woods. I just said I'd taken a wrong turn and panicked when I realized I was lost. They seemed to buy it, especially since I was obviously shaken up and had a gash on my forehead to prove something had happened. One of the officers, an older guy named Simmons, went with a tow truck to recover my car. When they came back, Officer Simmons pulled me aside. "That road you were on," he said quietly. "Locals call it the road to the mill. There's a lot of stories about that place." "What kind of stories?" I asked, though I was afraid I already knew. He hesitated. "About 10 years ago, a young woman disappeared out there. Her car was found abandoned near the old mill, but they never found her. Some folks around here believe she still wanders that road, looking for a way home." I felt like I was going to throw up. Did you ever learn her name?" Officer Simmons looked at me strangely. "Lila Morgan. Why do you ask?" I couldn't answer him. I just sat there shaking as the realization washed over me. The woman in my car, her pale skin, her strange behavior, the way she vanished. They gave me a ride home that night, but I haven't been able to sleep properly since. I keep seeing Lila's face in my dreams, hearing those mournful cries from the woods. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain that someone is standing at the foot of my bed, pointing into the darkness. I won't be taking any more shortcuts through Willow Creek. And if you're ever driving through there at night and see a woman in a pale blue dress standing by the roadside, just keep driving. Don't stop. Don't look back. Because I don't think Lila was trying to find her way home that night. I think she was looking for someone to take her place. Story 6. I still can't fully explain what happened that night. I've tried to rationalize it countless times, but nothing makes sense. I've been hesitant to share this because people always tell me I was just tired or my imagination got the best of me. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I'm certain that whatever or whoever was out there that night wasn't normal. I live in a small town in Ohio, one of those places where everyone knows everyone and nothing exciting ever happens. I was working at Maggie's Diner back then, taking the late shift to help pay for community college. It was a Tuesday night in mid-October, unusually cold for that time of year, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. My shift had ended at 11, and I was exhausted from being on my feet all day. But I wasn't ready to go home yet. My apartment was tiny, depressing, and the walls felt like they were closing in on me sometimes. So instead of heading straight back, I decided to take a drive to clear my head. This was something I did pretty regularly. There's something calming about driving through the countryside at night. Empty roads stretching out under a canopy of stars, windows cracked just enough to let in the crisp autumn air, radio playing softly in the background. Just me and my trusty Toyota Corolla that I'd had since high school. I took my usual route at first, out past the edge of town, where the streetlights end and the darkness really takes over. The moon was nearly full that night, casting this silvery glow over the cornfields on either side of the road. Everything felt peaceful, normal. After about 20 minutes of driving, I decided to try a different route. There was this network of back roads I'd never really explored before. Narrow, winding paths that cut through farmland and patches of woods. I thought, why not? I wasn't in any hurry to get back. The roads were rougher than I expected, full of potholes and loose gravel. My headlights barely cut through the darkness, and there were stretches where the trees grew so close to the road that their branches formed a tunnel overhead. I remember thinking it was beautiful in a haunting sort of way. I'd been driving for maybe 45 minutes when I first noticed the headlights in my rearview mirror. Just a pair of distant yellow dots at first. I didn't think much of it. Obviously, other people use these roads too. But after a few minutes, I realized something odd. No matter how fast or slow I drove, those headlights stayed the exact same distance behind me. If I sped up, they sped up. If I slowed down, they slowed down. Always maintaining that precise distance, not close enough to make out the vehicle, but definitely following me. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe it was just someone going the same way. Maybe they were distracted and unconsciously matching my speed. There were plenty of rational explanations. But then I made a random turn onto an even smaller road, barely more than a dirt path, and the headlights followed. My heart started beating faster. I made another turn. They followed again. By this point, my palms were sweating on the steering wheel. I took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. I still couldn't see what kind of vehicle it was. Just those damn headlights, unwavering, constant. I pressed harder on the gas, pushing my old Corolla faster than it should have gone on those rough roads, hoping to put some distance between us. The car behind me kept pace effortlessly. No matter how fast I drove, those headlights remained fixed in my mirror like they were attached to my bumper by an invisible tether. I was really starting to panic now. I had no idea where I was anymore. The roads all looked the same in the dark, and I'd made so many random turns trying to lose my pursuer that I'd completely lost my sense of direction. My phone had no signal out here, so GPS wasn't an option. Then, through the trees, I spotted what looked like a gas station. As I got closer, I could see it was abandoned. Windows boarded up, pumps removed. The sign faded beyond recognition. But there was an open area in front of it, lit dimly by the moon, and I thought maybe I could pull in there, get a look at whoever was following me. I jerked the wheel suddenly, skidding into the cracked concrete lot of the old gas station. I whipped my car around so I was facing the road, killed the engine, and waited, heart hammering in my chest. The headlights that had been following me slowed as they approached the turnoff. For a moment, I thought they might just continue past, and I almost sobbed with relief. But then they made the turn, crawling into the lot with deliberate slowness, before coming to a stop about 30 feet away from me. In the harsh glare of the headlights, I couldn't see the vehicle clearly, just a dark silhouette of what looked like an old sedan. For what felt like an eternity, nothing happened. The car just sat there, engine idling, headlights blazing into my windshield, partially blinding me. Then the driver's door opened. I should have started my car. I should have reversed and gotten the hell out of there. But I was frozen, watching as a figure stepped out into the space between our vehicles. He was tall, unnaturally tall and lanky, with limbs that seemed too long for his body. In the harsh contrast of the headlights, I couldn't make out his face clearly at first. He just stood there for a moment, and then he started walking toward my car with this strange, fluid gait that didn't look quite right. As he got closer, I finally got a good look at his face, and my blood turned to ice. There was something wrong with his features. They looked twisted, almost grotesque. His smile was too wide, stretching across his face in a way that human mouths just don't. His eyes were wide and wild, reflecting the moonlight like an animal's. I finally snapped out of my paralysis and fumbled for my keys, hands shaking so badly I dropped them on the floor. I bent down to grab them, and when I straightened up, he was right outside my window. He tapped on the glass with a long, pale finger. The sound was sharp, deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. "Open up," he said. His voice was oddly distorted, like it was coming through water. "Why don't you just stay and chat for a bit? I promise I don't bite." The way he said it, with that inhuman grin stretching his face, made it clear that was a lie. I've never been so terrified in my life. My whole body was trembling, and I couldn't seem to catch my breath. "I've been watching you drive," he continued, pressing his face closer to the window. "All alone out here. Nobody knows where you are. Nobody would hear you." I finally managed to get the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered once, twice. "Oh God, please start," before roaring to life. The man's expression changed then, the grin fading into something cold and predatory. He slammed his palm against my window so hard I thought the glass would shatter. "You're not leaving!" he shouted, his voice suddenly deep and guttural. I threw the car into reverse and floored it, tires spinning on the loose gravel before finding purchase. The man lunged at my car, but I was already moving. In my rearview mirror, I saw him standing in the middle of the lot, that terrible grin back on his face, watching me go. Then he threw back his head and laughed, a high, hysterical sound that somehow carried over the roar of my engine and the blood pounding in my ears. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just drove as fast as I dared on those dark, unfamiliar roads. I kept expecting to see headlights appear in my mirror again, but they never did. I drove for what felt like hours, taking random turns, completely lost, but too terrified to stop. Eventually, I recognized a landmark, an old covered bridge that I knew was about 10 miles from town. The relief was so overwhelming, I nearly crashed the car. By the time I pulled into the parking lot of my apartment building, dawn was breaking. I sat there for a long time, engine off, just trying to stop shaking. When I finally looked in the rearview mirror, I noticed something that made my heart stop. There was a handprint on my back window, a perfect outline of a palm and 5 impossibly long fingers, pressed into what looked like a layer of frost, even though it wasn't cold enough for frost that night. I've never told anyone the full story until now. My friends noticed something was wrong in the days that followed, but I just told them I'd had a scare on the road, a near miss with a drunk driver or something. They accepted that explanation easily enough. Who wouldn't? It's been 3 years since that night. I moved to a different town, but not far enough. Sometimes I wake up at night and think I can hear tapping on my bedroom window. Tap, tap, tap. I've installed security cameras, extra locks, motion sensor lights. None of it makes me feel safe. I never drive on back roads anymore, especially at night. I've mapped out every route I take regularly, and I stick to well-lit, busy streets. I keep my tank filled so I never have to stop at unfamiliar gas stations. I check my rearview mirror obsessively. The worst part is not knowing who or what that man was. Not knowing why he chose to follow me that night. Not knowing if he's still out there, waiting for me to let my guard down. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was just some psycho who gets his kicks scaring people on lonely roads. But deep down, I know better. There was something fundamentally wrong about him, something that went beyond a simple human threat. Last week, I was getting groceries when I noticed a tall man at the end of the aisle watching me. For a second I thought, but no, it wasn't him. It couldn't have been. But as I hurried to my car afterward, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I keep telling myself I'm safe now, that it was just a random, terrifying encounter that won't repeat itself. But every time I get behind the wheel of my car, every time I see headlights in my rearview mirror that maintain their distance a little too perfectly, I remember his words. Nobody knows where you are. Nobody would hear you. And I wonder if he's still following me, waiting for the right moment to finish what he started that night. Story 7. I still don't like talking about what happened to me last October. I've told a few close friends, but they just give me that look, you know the one, like I'm making it up or had some kind of mental break. Maybe writing it down will help, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I was driving through rural Tennessee on my way to visit my cousin in Knoxville. It was supposed to be a 6-hour drive from Nashville, but I decided to take the scenic route through the countryside. Big mistake. I've always been the type to avoid highways when I can. I like the quiet back roads, the small towns, the real America, you know? But now I stick to interstates with plenty of traffic and well-lit rest stops. It was late October, around the 27th or 28th. The sun had already set around 6:30, and by 7 it was pitch black. I'm talking can't see your hand in front of your face dark. The kind of darkness you only get when you're miles from civilization. My GPS had lost signal about 40 minutes earlier, but I wasn't worried. I had a paper map and figured I was heading in the right general direction. That's when I noticed my gas gauge. I'd been so focused on navigating these winding country roads that I hadn't paid attention to my fuel. The needle was hovering just above empty, and my car's warning light had come on. My stomach dropped. Breaking down out here in the dark with no cell service? Not good. I slowed down, trying to conserve gas while frantically scanning the roadside for any sign of civilization. After about 10 minutes of white-knuckle driving, I saw a faint glow in the distance. As I got closer, I could make out the dim outline of a gas station. The relief I felt was immediate but short-lived. This place looked wrong. There's no other way to describe it. A single flickering light illuminated a worn sign that simply said, "Gas," in faded red letters. The building itself was an old wooden structure that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. 2 ancient pumps stood out front, the kind with actual rolling numbers instead of digital displays. I pulled in, my tires crunching over gravel mixed with dead leaves. The place was silent except for the buzzing of that flickering light and the tick-tick-tick of my cooling engine. I sat there for a moment, debating whether to try my luck somewhere else, but my gas gauge made the decision for me. I needed fuel now. The inside of the station wasn't much better than the outside. Dim, yellowish lights cast everything in a sickly glow. Dusty shelves held ancient-looking snacks and canned goods. The whole place smelled like old cigarettes and something else I couldn't quite place. Something earthy and stale. Behind the counter stood a man who looked to be in his mid-60s. His face was deeply lined with several days' worth of gray stubble, and he wore a faded flannel shirt with dark stains on it. When I walked in, he looked up from a newspaper so old and yellowed, I wondered if it was from this decade. "Evening," he said, his voice like gravel being crushed. "Need gas?" "Yeah, please," I replied, trying to sound casual despite how uneasy I felt. "Pump number 1. He nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. "That'll be $30. I handed him 2 20s, and as he made change, he kept staring at me. Not in a threatening way exactly, but with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. "You ain't from around here," he said. It wasn't a question. "No, just passing through, heading to Knoxville." He handed me my change, his fingers rough and cold against my palm. "You shouldn't be on these roads after dark." I laughed nervously. "Yeah, I know. Got a bit lost and didn't realize I was low on gas." "Ain't about the gas." He leaned forward slightly. "These roads, they ain't what they seem at night, especially this time of year." I've heard my share of small-town superstitions, so I just nodded politely. "I'll be careful." "People disappear out here," he continued, ignoring my obvious discomfort. "Go missing, never found." "Right. Well, I should fill up and get going then." As I turned to leave, he called after me. "Stay on the main road. No matter what you see or hear, don't stop again until you reach town." I mumbled a thanks and hurried outside, feeling his eyes on my back the entire way. The night air felt thick and oppressive despite the October chill. As I started pumping gas, I had the distinct sensation of being watched. I glanced around the dimly lit lot and nearly dropped the pump handle. At the edge of the parking area, where the light barely reached the tree line, stood a figure. It was too dark to make out details, but it appeared to be watching me. I blinked, and it was gone. Just shadows playing tricks, I told myself. But my hands were shaking as I finished pumping gas. Back in my car, I locked the doors immediately and started the engine. The attendant stood in the doorway of the station, watching me. I gave a quick wave and pulled out, perhaps a bit too quickly, gravel spraying under my tires. The relief of being back on the road lasted about 15 minutes. That's when I noticed my gas gauge dropping again, way too fast. The needle was already approaching empty, which was impossible. I'd just put in $30 worth of gas. My car's not a gas guzzler. It should have been nearly full. I tapped the gauge, thinking it must be malfunctioning, but it continued to drop. Within minutes, the warning light came on again. Panic set in as I realized I might be stranded after all. About 5 miles from the gas station, my car began to sputter. I managed to pull onto the shoulder before it died completely. I tried restarting it, but nothing happened, not even a click. It was like the battery was completely dead too. I sat there in silence for a moment, trying to calm down and think rationally. My phone still showed no service. I had a flashlight in my glove compartment and a jacket in the back seat. I could either wait until morning or try walking back to the gas station. Neither option seemed great. That's when I heard it, a woman's voice, soft and distant. "Help me." I froze, my hand on the door handle. The voice had come from outside, somewhere in the darkness beyond my car. "Hello?" I called out, rolling down my window just a crack. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then again, closer this time. "Help me, please." I grabbed my flashlight and, against my better judgment, stepped out of the car. The night was eerily quiet. No crickets, no distant traffic, nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing and the occasional rustle of leaves in the light breeze. I swept my flashlight beam across the road and into the trees. That's when I saw her. Standing at the edge of the tree line was a woman in what looked like a white dress or nightgown. Her dark hair hung long and straight, obscuring most of her face. She stood perfectly still, arms at her sides. "Are you okay?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Do you need help?" She raised her head slowly, and my blood turned to ice. Where her face should have been was just blank. Smooth, pale skin with no features, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Yet somehow her voice came again. "Help me, I'm lost." I stumbled backward, nearly falling as I scrambled back to my car. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I turned it frantically, and to my shock, the engine roared to life immediately. The gas gauge now read half full. I slammed the car into drive and peeled out, tires screeching on the asphalt. In my rearview mirror, I could see the woman, or whatever she was, standing in the middle of the road, watching me go. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. I drove fast, too fast for these winding roads, but I couldn't stop. I had to get away. About a mile down the road, my headlights illuminated something white on the pavement. I slowed down, afraid it might be the woman again, but as I got closer, I realized it was papers, photographs scattered across the road. I should have kept driving. Everything in me screamed to keep going, but curiosity got the better of me. I stopped, leaving the engine running and the headlights on, and stepped out to look. They were old photographs, yellowed with age, black and white or faded color shots of people, men, women, even a few children. They looked like they spanned decades, from the 60s up to maybe the early 2000s, judging by the clothes and hairstyles. Each photo had a date scrawled on the back, along with a location, all within a few miles of where I was standing. As I flipped through them, my hands growing colder by the second, I came across one that made me drop the entire stack. A woman with long, dark hair in a white nightgown, standing by, a car that looked like it was from the 90s. She was smiling at the camera, her face perfectly normal and human. The back read, "Sarah, October 1997. It was her, the woman I'd just seen, but with a face. I heard a rustling sound from the trees and looked up to see her standing there again, at the exact spot where my headlights met darkness. Only now she was closer, and her blank face was tilted toward me. "Help me," she pleaded, her non-existent mouth somehow forming the words. "Don't leave me here. They took my face. They'll take yours too." I ran back to my car, photographs forgotten, and locked myself inside. As I shifted into drive, she appeared directly in front of my car, her faceless head pressed against my windshield, pale hands splayed on the glass. "Take me with you." The voice was no longer pleading, but desperate and angry. I screamed and floored it. I felt a cold rush as my car passed through her. She wasn't solid, but I swear I felt resistance, like driving through icy water. I drove back the way I'd come, toward the gas station. It was the only place I knew in this nightmare. As I approached, I saw the attendant standing outside, as if he'd been waiting for me. I skidded to a stop and rolled down my window. There was a woman," I stammered. "You stopped," he said flatly. "I told you not to stop." "Her face. She didn't have a face." "They're trapped here," he said, lighting a cigarette. The flame briefly illuminated his features, making them look gaunt and skull-like. "All of them. The ones who disappeared. They want to take you with them." "What is this place?" I demanded, my voice cracking with fear. "Just a stretch of road," he replied, exhaling smoke that seemed too thick in the cold air. "But the veil is thin here, especially now, close to Samhain." He must have seen my confusion because he added, "Halloween to you." "I need to get out of here," I said. He nodded. "Follow this road 5 miles. Don't turn off for any reason. When you reach the crossroads with the dead oak, go left. That'll take you back to the highway." I didn't wait to ask questions. I rolled up my window and drove, following his directions exactly. I didn't slow down until I reached a small town about 20 minutes later, where I pulled into a well-lit gas station with modern pumps and a convenience store playing pop music. The young cashier looked concerned when I walked in, probably because I was pale and shaking. I tried to warn him about the road, the gas station, the woman with no face. He just nodded politely and suggested I might want to report it to the sheriff in the morning. I spent the night in a motel in that town. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I drove to the sheriff's office and told them everything. The deputy listened patiently, then informed me there was no gas station on that stretch of road. Hadn't been one for at least 15 years, since the old Johnson place burned down after the owner died. I insisted on showing him where it was. We drove out there in broad daylight, me following his patrol car. The road looked different in daylight, less menacing, more ordinary. But when we reached where the station should have been, there was nothing but the burnt-out foundation of a building, overgrown with weeds. The deputy suggested I might have been overtired and hallucinated, or perhaps someone was playing a Halloween prank on me. I almost believed him until we were driving back and I spotted something by the roadside, a single photograph lying face up on the shoulder. It was the woman in the white nightgown, Sarah from 1997. Only now, in the photo, her face was blank. I never drove those back roads again. Sometimes I still dream about her, standing in the darkness, calling for help. I wonder how many others she's called to over the years, and how many answered. Story 8. I still can't believe what happened on our honeymoon. It's been 3 months since I returned from Tuscany without Daniel, and I've spent every day since then alternating between searching for answers and trying to convince myself it was all just a terrible nightmare. I need to write this down. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened at Villa della Luna. Daniel and I had been saving for our wedding for 2 years. We're not wealthy by any means. I'm a teacher and he works as a graphic designer. We wanted a honeymoon somewhere romantic, but had pretty much accepted we'd end up at some budget resort. Then I found this deal online for a week at Villa della Luna in Tuscany. The price was unbelievably reasonable for what was advertised as a historic estate with luxury accommodations. Looking back, I should have questioned why it was so affordable. When our taxi pulled up to the villa after the long drive from Florence, I remember gasping. The place was like something from a postcard. Golden stone walls covered with climbing roses, cypress trees lining the driveway, and rolling vineyards stretching to the horizon. An older Italian woman named Sophia greeted us, explaining she was the housekeeper. She showed us to our room, which had a 4-poster bed and windows overlooking a garden where lavender scented the air. Everything felt perfect. The first 2 days were exactly what we'd dreamed our honeymoon would be. We explored the grounds, swam in the pool, and took a cooking class with the villa's chef. The staff was attentive, but not intrusive. There were only 2 other couples staying there, which made it feel exclusive and peaceful. It was on the 3rd day that everything changed. We were exploring one of the narrower hallways in the older wing of the villa when Daniel noticed something behind a thick curtain of ivy growing inside an alcove. He pushed the foliage aside and found a door, small and made of dark wood with iron bands across it. The handle was an ornate iron ring that wouldn't budge when he tried it. "It's locked," he said, disappointed but intrigued. I remember how his eyes lit up with curiosity. Daniel always loved mysteries and puzzles. "It's probably just storage or something," I said, not thinking much of it at the time. "Come on, let's go have lunch on the terrace." But Daniel couldn't let it go. During lunch, he asked Sophia about the door. Her expression changed immediately, just for a second, before she smiled and said it was just an old storage area for garden tools, nothing interesting. "Why is it locked?" Daniel asked. "Old habits," Sophia replied with a shrug. This villa has been in the same family for generations. Many doors are kept locked. The owners are traditional. I could tell Daniel wasn't satisfied with that answer. That afternoon, while I was getting a massage at the small spa area, he apparently spent his time in the villa's library, researching the history of the place. When we met for dinner, he was buzzing with excitement. "This place has an incredible history," he told me. "It was built in the 16th century by a count who was rumored to practice alchemy. Then in the 19th century, it was owned by a wealthy family whose daughter disappeared mysteriously right before her wedding." "Creepy," I said, not really taking it seriously. Old houses always have stories. That night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside our room. Not the normal footsteps of someone walking past, but slow, deliberate steps that would stop for a few seconds, then continue. Stop, then continue. I nudged Daniel awake and we both listened. When the footsteps finally faded, I convinced myself it was just another guest or maybe staff doing night checks. The next morning at breakfast, I casually mentioned the footsteps to Sophia, who looked confused. "No one would be walking the halls at that hour," she said firmly. "Perhaps you dreamed it." I might have believed her if it weren't for the fact that Daniel had heard it too. After breakfast, Daniel disappeared for a couple of hours. When he returned to our room, he was grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. He opened his palm to reveal an old iron key. "Where did you get that?" I asked, already guessing the answer. "Found it," he said vaguely. "In the library. It was hidden inside a book about the villa's architecture." I knew he was lying. The way he avoided my eyes told me he'd done something he shouldn't have. But there was also this excitement about him that was infectious. "We're going to see what's behind that door tonight," he declared. I should have said no. I should have told him to put the key back wherever he'd really found it. But I didn't. Part of me was curious too, and it felt like a harmless adventure at the time. That night, we waited until after midnight when the villa was quiet. We slipped out of our room with just our phones for light and made our way to the ivy-covered door. The hallway seemed different at night, longer, colder, with shadows that seemed to move in the corners of my vision. The key fit perfectly in the lock. Daniel turned it, and the mechanism clicked with a sound that seemed too loud in the silent hallway. He pushed the door open, and it swung inward with a low creak that made my skin crawl. Beyond the door was a narrow stone staircase spiraling downward. The air that wafted up was cold and smelled like wet earth and something else I couldn't identify, something unpleasant. Daniel went first, the light from his phone creating grotesque shadows on the curved walls. The staircase went down much further than seemed possible. I counted 67 steps before we reached the bottom. We emerged into a circular room with a high, domed ceiling. The walls were lined with wooden shelves, and on those shelves were dozens of glass jars, their contents barely visible in the dim light of our phones. Daniel moved closer to examine one of the jars while I hung back, an increasing sense of dread filling me. When he shined his light directly into one of the jars, he gasped. "What is it?" I whispered, not sure I wanted to know. I think these are specimens, human specimens." I forced myself to look. Inside the jar was what appeared to be a human finger, floating in yellowish liquid. I quickly turned away, my stomach churning. Other jars contained what looked like other body parts, small ones, thankfully, but unmistakably human. "We need to leave," I said, grabbing Daniel's arm. "Now." That's when we heard it, whispering. So faint at first that I thought it was just the sound of our breathing echoing in the room. But it grew louder, seeming to come from within the walls themselves. The words were indistinct, in a language I didn't recognize, but the tone was urgent, insistent. Daniel didn't seem scared, just more intrigued. He shined his light around the room and noticed another door on the opposite side, smaller than the first one and made of metal. "There's more," he said, already moving toward it. "Daniel, please," I begged. "Let's go back." He ignored me, pushing at the metal door, which swung open easily. Beyond it was another staircase, this one leading horizontally rather than down, more like a corridor with steps. Without waiting for me, Daniel started down it. I didn't want to follow, but I was more afraid of being left alone in that room with the jars and the whispering, so I hurried after him. The corridor twisted and turned, feeling like we were going deeper into the earth with each step. The air got colder, and the whispering followed us, growing louder. I kept looking back, convinced someone was right behind us, but saw nothing but darkness. Finally, the corridor ended at a wooden door. Daniel pushed it open without hesitation, and we entered a small, square room that looked like it had been frozen in time. In the center was a mannequin wearing a wedding dress that might have been white once, but had yellowed with age. Around it were various items laid out carefully: a hairbrush, a hand mirror, jewelry, all tarnished and ancient-looking. "It's like a shrine," Daniel whispered, his voice filled with awe rather than fear. I was about to suggest again that we leave when Daniel's light fell on something on the wall, a framed photograph. He moved closer to it, then stumbled backward so suddenly that he bumped into me. "What's wrong?" I asked, steadying him. He couldn't speak, just pointed at the photo. I raised my phone to illuminate it. My blood turned to ice. It was a photo of us, Daniel and me, taken just 3 days ago when we arrived at the villa. We were standing in front of the entrance, smiling, with Sophia beside us. I remembered one of the staff taking that picture with my phone, but I never printed it. No one had. Yet here it was, framed and hanging on the wall of this hidden room beneath the villa, surrounded by objects that looked a century old. That's when the whispering changed. It became clearer, and though I still couldn't understand the words, I could feel their intent. It was a summons, calling to Daniel. I saw it in his eyes. They became unfocused, distant. "We need to go," I said, pulling at his arm. "Now, Daniel." He blinked, seeming to come back to himself, and nodded. We turned to leave, but the door we'd come through was gone. In its place was just solid wall. Panic shot through me. I ran my hands over the wall, looking for a hidden mechanism, anything that would open a way out. Daniel joined me, and we spent what felt like hours searching every inch of that room for an exit. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. The sound seemed to be inside my head now. Daniel started responding to it, muttering words I couldn't understand. I don't remember exactly what happened next. I was frantic, crying, my hands bloody from clawing at the walls. There was a moment when the whispering reached a crescendo, and Daniel turned to me with an expression I'd never seen before. Not my husband's face at all, but something wearing it like a mask. Then suddenly, I was back in the hallway with the ivy-covered door, alone. The door was locked again, the key gone. Daniel was nowhere to be seen. I ran back to our room, hoping he'd somehow made it there before me, but it was empty. I searched the entire villa, growing more hysterical by the minute. When the staff found me, I told them everything, begging them to help find the hidden room again. They looked at me like I was crazy. Sophia insisted there was no door behind the ivy, just solid wall. When I showed her, the ivy was still there, but she was right. Behind it was nothing but stone. I thought I was losing my mind, The police came, but they found nothing. No sign of Daniel, no hidden door, no underground rooms. They suggested he might have left on his own, but all his belongings were still in our room, his passport in the safe. I stayed for 3 more days while they searched the surrounding area, but there was no trace of him. Eventually, I had to return home alone. That was 3 months ago. The Italian police have officially classified Daniel as a missing person, but they've stopped actively looking. I've hired private investigators, reached out to the villa's owners, who never responded, and even contacted historians specializing in Tuscan architecture, trying to find evidence of those underground rooms. Nothing. It's like they never existed. But I know what I saw, and sometimes in the middle of the night, I wake up to whispering, the same indistinct, urgent sounds we heard in those rooms beneath Villa della Luna. I wonder if Daniel is still down there, trapped in that room with the wedding dress and our photograph, or if whatever was whispering took him somewhere else entirely. I don't know if I'll ever find answers, but I can't stop looking, and I can't shake the feeling that something is looking for me, too. Story 9. I still have trouble sleeping at night. It's been 3 months since our trip to Oregon, and I can't shake what happened. I've tried talking to my therapist about it, but I can tell she thinks I'm making it up or exaggerating. I need to get this off my chest somewhere, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. My friends Megan, Tyler, and James had been planning this trip to a cabin near the Oregon coast for months. We all needed a break from our jobs and the stress of everyday life. The cabin belonged to Tyler's uncle, who rarely used it, so we had it to ourselves for the weekend. We left Portland around 2 in the afternoon on a Friday. The weather was nice, sunny, but not too hot for August. We took Tyler's SUV since it was the most comfortable for a long drive. I was in charge of the music, Megan brought snacks, and James had mapped our route. We were all in good spirits, laughing and joking around. The first few hours of the drive were uneventful. We stuck to the main highways, stopping once at a gas station for bathroom breaks and to refuel. According to James, we were making good time and should reach the cabin before dark. But then we hit traffic on the main highway. There must have been an accident up ahead because we barely moved for almost an hour. "This is ridiculous," Tyler said, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. "James, check if there's another route we can take." James pulled out his phone, but the signal was weak. "There's Highway 47. It's a bit out of the way, but it might be faster than sitting in this traffic." None of us had ever taken Highway 47 before, but we were desperate to get moving again. Tyler took the next exit, and we found ourselves on a winding road that cut through dense forest. The trees seemed to crowd in on both sides, making the road feel narrower than it was. About 20 minutes after turning onto this new route, we came across a small town, if you could even call it that. It was just a handful of buildings clustered around the road. Most looked abandoned or in serious disrepair. The only place that showed signs of life was a diner with a flickering neon sign that read, "May's Diner." "I need to use the bathroom," Megan announced, "and I'm starving." We all agreed a break would be good. The parking lot was nearly empty, just 2 pickup trucks that had seen better days. Inside, the diner looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. Red vinyl booths, chipped Formica tables, and faded photos on wood-paneled walls. A bell jingled as we entered, and the few patrons, an elderly couple and a grizzled man sitting alone at the counter, turned to look at us. The waitress, a tired-looking woman in her 50s, seated us in a booth by the window. We ordered burgers and fries, and while we waited, I noticed the old man at the counter kept glancing our way. Eventually, he got up, coffee mug in hand, and approached our table. "You folks ain't from around here," he said. It wasn't a question. "Just passing through," Tyler replied. "On our way to the coast." The old man nodded slowly. "Taking Highway 47? When James confirmed that was our route, the man's expression darkened. "Not safe after dark, that road." We exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. I figured he was concerned about wildlife or poor road conditions. "What do you mean?" Megan asked. "People go missing on that stretch. Been happening for years." He took a sip of his coffee. "Locals know better than to drive it at night." I felt a chill despite the warmth of the diner. The way he said it, so matter-of-fact, made it more unsettling. "What happens to them?" I asked, immediately regretting my curiosity. "Some say they got lost in the woods. Others think there's something out there." He trailed off, then seemed to catch himself. "Just stick to the main roads if you can. Highway 47 ain't worth the risk." With that, he returned to his seat at the counter. Our food arrived, and we tried to laugh off the warning as just a local trying to scare tourists. But I couldn't shake the uneasiness that had settled over me. We finished our meal quickly and got back on the road. The sun was already starting to set, and I checked the time, just past 7. We still had about an hour and a half to go. "Should we turn back and take the main highway?" I asked, thinking about the old man's warning. "We'd lose hours," James pointed out, "and we'd be driving in the dark either way." Tyler agreed. "It's just some old guy trying to freak us out. Probably tells that story to all the out-of-towners." I wanted to believe them, but as daylight faded and the shadows of the trees grew longer, I couldn't help but feel we'd made a mistake. The road became more isolated. We hadn't passed another car for at least 20 minutes, and the cell reception had disappeared entirely. Night fell completely, and the headlights only illuminated a small portion of the road ahead. The forest pressed in closer, and fog began to roll in, making visibility even worse. Tyler had to slow down to navigate the increasingly sharp turns. We were all quiet now, the earlier carefree atmosphere gone. The radio kept cutting out, eventually producing nothing but static. Tyler switched it off. "Did you see that?" Megan suddenly asked, leaning forward from the back seat. "See what?" Tyler asked, squinting through the windshield. "I thought I saw someone standing by the side of the road." We all strained to look, but I couldn't see anything beyond the reach of our headlights. Then, about a quarter-mile ahead, our lights caught something, a figure standing at the edge of the road. As we drew closer, I could make out a woman. She was soaking wet, her long dark hair matted against her face and neck. She wore what looked like a white nightgown, now nearly translucent from the water. She didn't move as our car approached, just stared directly at us. "Holy shit," James muttered. "Should we stop?" My instinct screamed no, but the rational part of my brain argued that she might need help. We were in the middle of nowhere, it was pouring rain, and she was drenched. Tyler slowed the car and pulled alongside her. I rolled down my window. "Are you okay?" I called out. "Do you need help?" Up close, her appearance was even more disturbing. Her skin was pale, almost gray, and her eyes, I'll never forget her eyes. They were dark and sunken, reflecting an emptiness that made my stomach knot. "I need a ride," she said, her voice barely audible over the rain. "Please." I looked at the others. Megan seemed hesitant, but James nodded. "We can't just leave her here." Tyler unlocked the doors. "Get in the back." She climbed in next to Megan, who shifted uncomfortably to make room. The woman was shivering, her wet clothes dripping onto the seat. "What happened to you?" I asked, turning to look at her. "Why are you out here alone?" She didn't answer immediately, just stared straight ahead. The interior light showed her face more clearly now. There was something off about her features, something I couldn't quite place. "I got lost," she finally said. "I've been walking for hours." "Where are you trying to go?" Tyler asked, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. "Away from here." Her response was cryptic, and a heavy silence followed. "We should call someone for you," Megan suggested, pulling out her phone. "The police or—" "No!" The woman's reaction was immediate and intense. "No police, please." The atmosphere in the car shifted. I felt a growing sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. Something wasn't right. "Where did you come from?" James asked, his voice tense. The woman ignored his question. "Just keep driving. They'll be looking for me." "Who's looking for you?" I pressed. She turned to look out the window, her reflection ghostly in the glass. "They're always watching, always waiting." None of us knew how to respond to that. Tyler caught my eye, and I could tell he was regretting our decision to pick her up. We drove in uncomfortable silence for several minutes. The rain intensified, drumming against the roof of the car. Up ahead, I spotted the faint outline of a building, an abandoned gas station, its windows boarded up and pumps long since removed. As we approached, the woman became agitated. "Don't stop here," she warned, her voice rising. "Whatever you do, don't stop." "We weren't planning to," Tyler assured her, but her panic only increased. "They're coming for me," she whispered, pressing herself against the door. "They always find me." My heart was pounding now. I wanted nothing more than to be rid of this strange woman and her cryptic warnings. But we were miles from anywhere, with no cell service and no other cars on the road. As we passed the abandoned gas station, I noticed movement in the shadows near the building. Just a flicker, but enough to make me stare. Was someone watching us? I turned to point it out to the others, but before I could speak, Megan let out a horrified gasp. "Where did she go?" I whipped around. The back seat where the woman had been sitting was empty. There was just a wet spot on the seat. "What the fuck?" Tyler shouted, slamming on the brakes. "Did she jump out?" But that was impossible. The car had been moving at over 50 miles per hour, and none of us had heard a door open or felt the rush of air. She had simply vanished. We sat there, stunned into silence, the engine idling and the wipers scraping across the windshield. Then James pointed ahead. "Look." In the middle of the road, illuminated by our headlights, stood a figure. Not the woman, but a tall, gaunt man in dark clothing. He was unnaturally still, his face hidden in shadow. As we watched, he took a step toward our car. "Drive," I whispered. "Tyler, drive." The man raised his arm, pointing directly at us. His mouth moved, saying something we couldn't hear. "Drive!" James yelled. Tyler slammed the car into reverse, tires screeching as we backed away. The man began walking toward us, his movements jerky and unnatural. Tyler spun the car around, nearly sending us into a ditch, and floored it in the opposite direction. I looked back through the rear window. The man was still in the middle of the road, watching us go. Then, impossibly, he was gone, as if he'd never been there at all. We drove in panicked silence, no one daring to speak. Tyler didn't slow down until we saw the lights of May's Diner in the distance. We pulled into the parking lot, all of us breathing hard. The old man was still there, sitting at the counter. When we burst in, wild-eyed and shaking, he didn't seem surprised. He just nodded slowly, as if confirming something to himself. "You saw them, didn't you?" he asked. "Out on Highway 47. We told him what happened. The woman, her disappearance, the man in the road. With each detail, his expression grew grimmer. "She was one of them," he said quietly. "The ones who went missing. They come back sometimes, looking for others to take." The waitress offered to let us stay in the back room of the diner until morning. None of us wanted to get back on that highway. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the woman's sunken gaze or the man pointing at us from the middle of the road. When dawn finally came, we took the main highway back to Portland, abandoning our plans for the weekend. None of us have spoken much about what happened that night. What would we even say? Who would believe us? I still don't understand what we encountered on Highway 47. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night, I check my rearview mirror more often than I should, half expecting to see her sitting in my back seat, her dark eyes staring back at me. Story 10. I've been a sheriff's deputy for 12 years now, but nothing in my training prepared me for what happened in Walden last month. I still haven't slept a full night since. My therapist suggested writing about it might help, so here goes. It started as a routine missing persons call on a Tuesday morning. My partner Jim and I were finishing up paperwork when dispatch radioed about a woman named Marissa Perez, who was frantic about her sister Emily and nephew Jason. They weren't answering calls or texts for 3 days, which was completely out of character. "Carter, you take point on this one," Jim said, tossing me the keys. "I handled that domestic last week." The drive to Walden takes about 40 minutes from our station. It's one of those places that barely qualifies as a town. Population around 500, one gas station, a small grocery store, and not much else. I'd only been there a handful of times for minor calls. As we drove, Marissa called me directly, her voice shaking. "Emily's car is still in the driveway. I drove by yesterday, but nobody answered. She would never just leave without telling me, especially with Jason. He's only 7. She paused, and I could hear her trying not to cry. "Something's wrong. I feel it." I assured her we were on our way, but something in her voice unsettled me. That feeling only got worse when we pulled into Walden around 11 in the morning. Something was off immediately. The town should have had some activity. People walking dogs, checking mail, kids playing. But the streets were completely empty. Every house we passed had cars in driveways, but no people in sight. All windows were shut tight, despite it being a mild spring day. "Where is everyone?" Jim muttered, looking around. "This is weird as hell." We found Emily's house at the end of Maple Street, a small, slightly run-down single story with peeling blue paint. Her Toyota Corolla sat in the driveway, covered in pollen and mourning. Dew. It hadn't been moved in days. I remember feeling a chill as we approached the front door. All the curtains were drawn, and there was this oppressive silence hanging over everything. No birds chirping, no distant lawn mowers or barking dogs, just nothing. We knocked several times with no answer. I tried peeking through windows, but the curtains blocked any view inside. We did a perimeter check and found the back door unlocked, which immediately raised red flags. The screen door creaked horribly when I pulled it open, a sound that still echoes in my head when I try to sleep. "Sheriff's Department. Emily? Jason? Is anyone home?" My voice seemed to disappear into the stillness of the house. The first thing that hit me when we entered was the smell. Not strong, but unmistakable. It reminded me of wet soil and something else I couldn't place, something musty and ancient. The house was cold inside, much colder than it should have been. We moved through the kitchen into the living room. Everything looked normal at first glance, no signs of struggle or forced entry. Dishes were washed and put away. A half-empty coffee mug sat on the counter, lipstick on the rim. A child's backpack hung on a hook by the door. "Check the bedrooms," I told Jim. "I'll look around here." The living room was tidy but felt abandoned somehow. Mail was stacked neatly on a side table. The TV remote sat perfectly centered on the coffee table. Everything was too orderly, like someone had deliberately arranged it all. That's when I noticed the family photos on the wall. Emily was pretty, dark hair, warm smile. Jason looked like a typical 7-year-old with a missing front tooth. But what caught my attention was a shadow in one of the photos, a dark blur behind them that shouldn't have been there. I leaned closer and could almost make out a shape, but Jim's voice startled me. "Carter, you need to see this." I found him in what was clearly Jason's bedroom. Dinosaur posters on the wall, toy cars lined up on a shelf. The bed was perfectly made, too perfect for a 7-year-old boy. And right in the center of the navy blue bedspread was a single drop of blood. Fresh blood. "That's recent," Jim said quietly. "Still hasn't fully dried." My stomach knotted as I stared at that tiny red circle. Something about its perfect roundness felt deliberate, almost like it had been placed there. I took photos while Jim checked the master bedroom. "Bed's made here too," he called out. "Clothes in the closet. Nothing seems out of place." We continued searching the house, the silence pressing in on us. That's when I heard it, a faint sound coming from somewhere below us, a low, continuous murmuring. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. Jim nodded, his hand moving to his holster. "Basement?" We found the basement door in the hallway. Unlike the rest of the meticulously kept house, this door had deep scratch marks near the bottom, like someone or something had been clawing at it. The murmuring grew slightly louder when we approached. The door swung open with a long, pained creak. Darkness greeted us, along with a wave of that same musty smell, much stronger now. I fumbled for a light switch and found one that illuminated a bare bulb at the bottom of the stairs. "Emily? Jason? This is the sheriff's department. If you're down there, please say something." No response except for that continuous murmuring. The wooden stairs protested under our weight as we descended. The basement was unfinished, concrete floor, exposed beams, water heater in one corner. But what dominated the space made my blood run cold. In the center of the floor was a large circle drawn in what looked like white chalk. Surrounding it were dozens of candles, all burned down to stubs. Inside the circle was a pile of small bones. I realized with horror they were animal bones, picked clean and arranged in some kind of pattern. Strange symbols I'd never seen before were drawn around the circle's edge. And in the far corner, barely visible in the dim light, stood two figures facing the wall, a woman and a small boy, completely motionless. "Emily? Jason?" My voice cracked slightly. Neither figure moved or acknowledged us. The murmuring I'd heard seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Jim and I exchanged glances, both of us clearly struggling to process what we were seeing. We approached carefully, weapons drawn. "Ma'am, we're here to help. Are you Emily Perez?" When she turned around, I almost stumbled backward. Her face was wrong. Her skin had a grayish pallor, and her eyes, God, her eyes were empty. Not vacant like someone in shock, but literally empty, like looking into dark holes. Her lips were stretched into an unnatural smile that extended too far across her face. "Don't you hear it?" she whispered, her voice raspy and somehow layered, as if multiple people were speaking at once. "The voices, they're here. They've always been here." The boy, Jason, remained facing the wall, completely still. "Ma'am, we need you to come upstairs with us," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're going to get you both some help." She tilted her head at an impossible angle, her smile never faltering. "Help? We don't need help. We're exactly where we should be, where we've always been meant to be." I reached out to touch her arm, to guide her toward the stairs, and that's when it happened. She let out a scream that will haunt me for the rest of my life. Not a human scream of fear or pain, but something ancient and wrong, like the sound of something tearing open. Her body collapsed to the floor and began to contort, limbs bending at impossible angles. Jim radioed for an ambulance while I rushed to Jason, who still hadn't moved or reacted. When I turned him around, his face was blank, expressionless. His eyes stared straight ahead, seeing nothing. He didn't resist as I picked him up and carried him upstairs, away from whatever was happening in that basement. The next few hours were chaos. Paramedics arrived and sedated Emily, who continued to contort and scream those inhuman sounds. Jason remained in that same catatonic state, never speaking, barely blinking. We sealed off the house as a potential crime scene. What still bothers me is how the other residents of Walden reacted, or didn't react. Despite the commotion of emergency vehicles and police, not a single neighbor came out to see what was happening. When we knocked on doors to ask questions, people would barely crack their doors open, answering in hushed voices with eyes that darted nervously behind us. "We don't get involved in Emily's business," one elderly woman told me, her hand trembling on her doorknob. "Some things in this town are better left alone." Emily was admitted to the psychiatric unit at County General, where she remains catatonic to this day. Jason went to live with his Aunt Marissa, but hasn't spoken a word since we found him. The investigation stalled almost immediately. No evidence of foul play, no explanations for what we found in that basement. The department psychiatrist says I'm experiencing PTSD from an emotionally distressing call. Jim requested a transfer to another county and was gone within 2 weeks. Nobody at the station wants to talk about what happened in Walden, but I can't forget, especially not since I've started hearing it too. That same murmuring sound, just at the edge of my hearing when I'm alone at night. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see those symbols from the basement floor, pulsing behind my eyelids. Last week, I drove back to Walden, telling myself I needed closure. The town seemed normal this time. People out walking, kids riding bikes. Emily's house had already been sold to a new family. When I asked at the local diner about Emily and Jason, the waitress just shook her head. "We don't talk about them," she said, refusing to meet my eyes. Then she leaned in close and whispered, "If you hear the voices, don't listen. They lie." I left immediately and haven't been back. But sometimes I wonder what's really happening in that town. What did Emily and Jason find, or what found them? And why does it feel like it's not finished with any of us? The official report says we responded to a mental health crisis. Nothing more. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know something ancient and dark is lurking beneath the surface of Walden. Something that's been there for a very long time. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear Emily's voice whispering, "They've always been here." Story 11. I still can't sleep properly after what happened 3 weeks ago. I keep seeing his face in my dreams, that look of pure terror as something dragged him backward into the darkness. I've been debating whether to even write this down, but I need to get it out of my system. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar on that godforsaken stretch of road. It was supposed to be a simple road trip. Nothing fancy, just me clearing my head after a rough breakup and some drama at work. I'd taken 2 weeks off, loaded up my old Ford F-150 with camping gear, and headed out with no real destination in mind. Just me, the open road, and whatever small towns I happened to pass through. The first few days were exactly what I needed. Peaceful drives through scenic routes, stopping at diners, sleeping at campgrounds. I was finally starting to feel like myself again. Then came that day, a Tuesday, I think. I'd been driving through these dense woods somewhere in northern Pennsylvania. The GPS signal had been spotty for hours, but I didn't mind. Getting a little lost was part of the adventure. As the afternoon wore on, I found myself on this narrow county road that seemed to stretch endlessly through the thickest forest I'd ever seen. The trees crowded in on both sides, creating this tunnel effect that made me feel smaller with every mile. I hadn't seen another car or even a house for at least an hour. I remember checking my gas gauge and feeling relieved I had over half a tank. The thought of running out of gas out there made me uncomfortable. I turned on the radio, but all I got was static. Even my phone showed no service, just me in the woods. It was around 5 in the evening when I spotted him, a lone figure standing at the edge of the road, thumb out. Normally, I don't pick up hitchhikers. Who does these days? But something about being so isolated made me slow down. Maybe it was the thought that if our roles were reversed, I'd hope someone would help me out. He was a tall, thin guy, maybe in his 30s, with dark hair that hadn't seen a comb in days. His clothes weren't exactly dirty, but they had that rumpled look of someone who'd been wearing them too long. Nothing about him screamed danger, just a guy who'd hit a rough patch. I pulled over and rolled down my passenger window. "Hey man, you okay?" I called out. He approached with this odd, shuffling gait. "Car broke down about 2 miles back," he said, pointing vaguely behind him. "Been walking for help. There's no cell service out here." I nodded. "Yeah, I noticed. Where you headed?" "Next town should be fine. Anywhere I can call a tow service." His voice was flat, almost monotone, but I chalked it up to exhaustion. Walking miles in the heat would drain anyone. "Hop in," I said. "I'm heading that way anyway." He climbed into my truck and introduced himself as Jake. No last name, just Jake. I told him my name and started driving again. For the first few minutes, everything seemed normal. He thanked me for stopping, mentioned he'd been out there for hours without a single car passing by. "What kind of car trouble?" I asked, trying to make conversation. Jake stared ahead at the road. "Engine just died. Started making this weird noise first, then nothing." I nodded, keeping my eyes on the increasingly narrow road. "That's rough. What, were you doing out this way?" "Not exactly a main route." He didn't answer right away. When I glanced over, he was still staring straight ahead, his eyes oddly unfocused. "Jake?" He blinked rapidly, like someone waking up. "Sorry, just tired. I was taking a shortcut. GPS recommendation." He let out a short laugh. "Some shortcut." Something about that laugh sent a chill down my spine. It didn't sound genuine, more like someone imitating what a laugh should sound like. The road was getting worse. What had started as a decent 2-lane county road was narrowing, the pavement crumbling at the edges with weeds pushing through the cracks. The forest seemed to be reclaiming it inch by inch, branches reaching out over the road in places. The late afternoon light struggled to penetrate the canopy, casting everything in a greenish-gray twilight. "You sure this is the right way to the next town?" I asked, feeling increasingly uneasy. Jake nodded. "Only road through these parts. It connects back to the highway eventually." I tried to remember if I'd seen any road signs recently, but couldn't recall any. I'd been driving on instinct, following the path of least resistance. Now I was starting to regret that approach. "You from around here?" I asked, trying to gauge how reliable his information was. "Passed through before," he said vaguely. The conversation died after that. I tried turning on the radio again, but still nothing but static. The silence in the cab felt heavy, almost physical. Jake hadn't moved or shifted in his seat. He just stared ahead, occasionally blinking. His stillness was unnerving. I kept driving, the road getting worse with every mile. The forest pressed in closer, trees looming like silent spectators. It was getting darker too, the dense canopy blocking what remained of the daylight. I flipped on my headlights. That's when I hit the pothole, a massive crater in the road that I didn't see until it was too late. The truck lurched violently, and the headlights flickered for a moment. In that brief flicker, I swear I saw dozens of eyes reflecting in the forest. Not animal eyes, too high up for that. "Jesus!" I exclaimed, gripping the wheel tighter. "You okay?" Jake didn't respond. His eyes were wide now, fixed on something ahead that I couldn't see. "Jake?" I reached over and tapped his shoulder. He flinched like I'd shocked him. "We shouldn't be here," he whispered. Before I could ask what the hell he meant, the engine made a horrible sputtering sound. The truck jerked, the dashboard lights flickered, and then everything started to die. I managed to coast to the side of the road before the engine went completely silent. "No, no, no," I muttered, turning the key repeatedly. The engine made weak clicking sounds but wouldn't turn over. "This can't be happening." Jake was perfectly still beside me. "It found us," he said, so quietly I almost didn't hear him. "What found us? What are you talking about?" I felt panic rising in my chest. We were miles from anywhere, in the middle of nowhere, with no cell service. Jake suddenly seemed to snap out of whatever trance he'd been in. His demeanor changed completely. He became animated, almost frantic. "Pop the hood," he said, reaching for the door handle. "I know a bit about engines. Maybe I can fix it." Before I could stop him, he was out of the truck and walking around to the front. I hit the hood release and followed him out, grabbing my flashlight from the glove compartment. The air outside was unnaturally cold for a summer evening. It felt dense, like it was pressing against my skin. The silence was absolute. No insects, no birds, no rustling leaves, despite the slight breeze I could feel. Just dead silence. I rounded the front of the truck to find Jake already leaning over the engine, his hands moving with purpose. "See anything obvious?" I asked, shining the flashlight for him. He didn't answer, just kept fiddling with something I couldn't see. Then I heard it, a loud thud from somewhere in the forest, like something heavy hitting the ground. Jake froze. Slowly, he straightened up and turned toward the sound. "What was that?" I whispered, moving the flashlight beam toward the trees. The light didn't penetrate far, just illuminated the first few feet of underbrush before being swallowed by darkness. Another thud, closer this time. And another, like footsteps, but too heavy, too deliberate. Jake backed away from the truck, his eyes fixed on the forest. His face had gone completely white. "Jake?" I said, my voice shaking. "What's going on?" He finally looked at me, and the terror in his eyes made my blood run cold. "Get in the truck," he said. "Try to start it again, now." I didn't question him. Something in his voice, in his eyes, triggered a primal fear response. I scrambled back to the driver's side, jumped in, and turned the key. Nothing happened. I looked out the windshield. Jake was still standing there, staring into the woods. Then he started backing up slowly, his eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. Suddenly, he screamed, "Start the truck! Drive! Go now!" I tried the ignition again, pumping the gas pedal frantically. The engine coughed, sputtered, and miraculously roared to life. Relief flooded through me, but only for a second, because Jake wasn't running toward the truck. He was running alongside it, parallel to the road, heading in the same direction we'd been traveling. "Jake!" I shouted through the window. "Get in!" He didn't even look at me. He just kept running, terror etched on his face. moving faster than I thought humanly possible. I put the truck in drive and started moving, keeping pace with him. "Jake, stop! Get in the truck!" I kept shouting, but it was like he couldn't hear me. Then I saw it, or rather, I saw what was happening to him. Jake wasn't just running, something was pulling him. His body was leaning backward at an impossible angle, like he was fighting against some invisible force dragging him toward the forest. His face contorted in agony as he fought against it. For a brief moment, our eyes met through the window. There was recognition there, and something else, a plea. "Help me," he mouthed silently. Then he was yanked backward with such force that his feet left the ground. I caught one last glimpse of his face, eyes wide with terror, mouth open in a silent scream, before he disappeared into the darkness between the trees. I floored it. The truck lurched forward, engine screaming in protest as I pushed it to its limits. The headlights barely cut through the darkness, the road ahead appearing in small, terrifying glimpses. I don't remember much of that drive. Just the pounding of my heart, the white-knuckle grip on the steering wheel, and the absolute certainty that if I slowed down, something would catch me. I drove for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes before the trees started to thin, and I saw lights ahead. A small town, just a gas station, a diner, and a handful of houses clustered around a crossroads. I pulled into the gas station, still shaking, and stumbled inside. The cashier looked up from his magazine, took one look at my face, and asked if I was okay. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words came out jumbled and hysterical. The cashier, an older man with deep lines etched into his weathered face, listened without interrupting. When I finally ran out of words, he just nodded slowly. "You came from the old logging road," he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. "We don't go down that road," he said simply. "Not after dark. Not anymore." "Why?" I managed to ask. "What's out there?" The cashier's eyes shifted to look past me, out into the night. "People go missing on that road, have for decades. Some say it's haunted by those who disappeared. Others say it's something else, something that was there long before the road, long before any of us." I spent that night in my truck in the gas station parking lot, too terrified to drive anywhere else. When dawn came, I filled up my tank and got the hell out of that town, taking the main highway that the cashier pointed out to me. I've tried to convince myself it was all some kind of hallucination, that Jake was never real, that the truck breaking down and the strange noises in the forest were all just stress and exhaustion playing tricks on my mind. But I know what I saw. I know the fear I felt was real. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I see Jake's face again. That look of pure terror as something dragged him backward into the darkness. I don't know what happened on that road. I don't know what took Jake, or if he was even who or what he claimed to be. All I know is that somewhere out there, on a forgotten road slowly being reclaimed by the forest, something waits in the darkness. And sometimes, in my nightmares, it's waiting for me to return. Story 12. I've never told this story publicly before. Even typing it now makes my hands shake, but I need to get this out there, if only to process what happened. Maybe someone else has seen her too. It was last October, and I'd finally taken time off work to do that solo road trip I'd been planning for ages. Nothing extravagant, just me, my trusty old Subaru, and the open road. I wanted to see the fall colors in the mountains, take some photos, clear my head. You know how it is when life gets overwhelming and you just need to escape for a while. I'd mapped out a route through some back roads, wanting to avoid the tourist spots. That's how I ended up on Highway 16, a winding two-lane road that cuts through miles of dense forest. Looking back, I should have researched it more. The map app showed it as the shortest route between towns, but didn't mention the local legends. I remember that morning perfectly. The sky was overcast, that heavy gray that makes the autumn colors pop even more. I'd been driving for about 4 hours, stopping occasionally to stretch my legs or snap photos of particularly stunning views. The road was practically empty. I'd passed maybe 3 cars the entire morning. Around 2 in the afternoon, I pulled into this old rest area. It clearly hadn't been maintained in years. The parking lot was cracked with weeds growing through, and the small building that probably once housed bathrooms was boarded up, with faded graffiti across the plywood. But it had picnic tables, and I needed to eat the sandwich I'd packed and check my phone for service. The silence was the first thing that struck me. No birds, no distant traffic noise, nothing but the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I sat at one of the less decayed tables and unwrapped my lunch, trying to ignore how uneasy the quiet made me feel. My phone showed no service, which wasn't surprising given how remote the area was. That's when I noticed movement at the tree line maybe 50 yards away. At first I thought it was just branches swaying, but there was no wind at that moment. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. For a second, just a split second, I could swear I saw a pale figure move between 2 trees. It was so quick I immediately doubted myself. Probably just a deer, I thought, though it didn't move like one. I finished my sandwich quickly, suddenly eager to get back on the road. As I was packing up, I heard what sounded like someone whispering. It was so faint I couldn't make out any words, but it was definitely human sounding. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" but got no response. The rest area remained empty except for me. Back in my car, I checked the map one more time. Still about 80 miles to the next town. I figured I'd be there before dark if I didn't make any more stops. The road got narrower as I continued, the trees pressing closer to the shoulder. The overcast sky had darkened, and by 4:30 it looked like twilight was already setting in. I switched on my headlights, the beams cutting through the growing gloom. That's when I saw the car. It was pulled over on the shoulder, a vintage model, maybe from the 60s or 70s, pale blue with those big round headlights. No hazard lights blinking, no one visible inside or around it. Just abandoned there on this empty stretch of highway. I'm still not sure why I stopped. Common decency, I guess. Maybe someone needed help. I pulled up behind it and sat there for a minute, engine idling, debating what to do. The car looked like it had been there a while. There was a fine layer of fallen leaves on the windshield, but it wasn't damaged or anything. Just empty. Finally, I decided to check it out. I grabbed my phone and showed me a detour that would add about 40 miles to my journey, but would take me around the worst part of the highway. It meant backtracking a bit, then taking a different fork in the road. I thanked him, bought some coffee and snacks for the road, and headed out, my hands still shaking. The detour meant at least another 2 hours of driving, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get away from that highway. But when I pulled out of the gas station and back onto the road, my headlights immediately illuminated a figure standing about 50 yards ahead. It was her, the woman in white, standing exactly in my path. I don't know how she'd gotten there so quickly. The gas station attendant must have seen my face drain of color because he came running out, yelling something I couldn't hear over the blood pounding in my ears. I didn't wait to see what would happen. I slammed the car into drive and sped off in the opposite direction from the woman, taking the first turn I saw, then another, with no plan except to get away. I drove recklessly fast on unfamiliar roads, checking my mirror constantly, terrified I'd see her somehow in my back seat. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, I reached a small town. The sight of streetlights and open businesses nearly made me cry with relief. I found a motel, one of those roadside places with doors that open directly to the parking lot, and checked in, my voice still shaking as I paid for the room. I double-locked the door, then pushed a chair against it for good measure. I kept all the lights on and sat on the bed, too terrified to sleep. Every sound from outside made me jump. Cars passing, people talking, the ice machine down the hall. I kept expecting to hear that whisper or see a pale face at my window. Morning came eventually. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke up still fully dressed, the TV still on. Daylight streamed through the curtains I'd been too afraid to close completely. I checked out as soon as I could and plotted a route home that avoided Highway 16 entirely, even though it meant adding hours to my journey. I didn't care. I just wanted to get home. That was 2 weeks ago. I've been trying to make sense of what happened ever since. I've researched the highway, found old news articles about disappearances over the years. Too many to be coincidence. I've read forum posts from others who claim to have seen her. Some nights I wake up thinking I hear whispering outside my bedroom window. I keep all the blinds closed now. I haven't driven after dark since I got back. I don't know what I saw on that highway. I don't know if the woman in white was a ghost, a hallucination, or something else entirely. But I know what I felt, a primal, visceral fear unlike anything I've ever experienced, and I know I'll never drive that road again. If you're planning a road trip through that area, please take the long way around. Some highways should remain untraveled. Some legends exist for a reason. And if you ever find yourself on a dark, lonely stretch of road and see a woman in white asking for help, don't stop, don't look back, just drive. Story 13. I've been a truck driver for almost 20 years now. I know every highway, rest stop, and truck diner worth visiting between Virginia and California. I've hauled everything from furniture to livestock, driven through blizzards, hailstorms, you name it. But there's one route I avoid now if I can help it, that stretch of highway through the Appalachians between Virginia and Tennessee. This happened last October, about 6 months ago. I was hauling a load of industrial equipment from Richmond to Knoxville. It was one of those perfect fall days when the mountains look like they're on fire with all the red and orange leaves. I'd been driving since early morning and was making good time. The sun was just starting to dip behind the mountains when I started feeling the fatigue creeping in. Any driver will tell you that when your eyes get heavy, you pull over. Doesn't matter what your schedule says. I spotted one of those smaller rest areas, not a big truck stop, just a quiet spot with some picnic tables and bathrooms. There were only 2 other vehicles there, both empty. I figured I'd splash some cold water on my face, stretch my legs, maybe grab a coffee from my thermos. I was walking back to my rig when I noticed her standing at the edge of the parking lot. She wasn't there when I pulled in, I'm sure of it. Just a young woman, maybe early 20s, wearing a denim jacket and jeans. Nothing weird about that, except she didn't have a car. And this rest stop was literally in the middle of nowhere, at least 15 miles from anything resembling a town. She wasn't looking at me, just staring off toward the mountains. There was something about her that seemed off. Not threatening, just out of place. Like when you see something that doesn't quite belong in the picture. I'm not usually one to pick up hitchhikers. Company policy forbids it. And besides, you hear stories. But it was getting dark. Temperatures drop fast in the mountains in October, and she was just a kid, really. I couldn't just leave her there. "You need a ride somewhere?" I called out, keeping a respectable distance. She turned to look at me, and that's when I got my first real look at her face. Pale doesn't begin to describe it. Her skin was almost translucent in the fading light, and her eyes, they were dark but seemed unfocused, like she was looking through me rather than at me. "I need to get to the other side of the mountain," she said. Her voice was soft but clear. "I'm heading to Knoxville," I told her. "I can take you as far as you need if it's on the way." She nodded and walked toward my truck. I noticed she didn't have a bag or anything, just the clothes on her back. When she got closer, I could see her denim jacket was worn at the elbows, frayed a bit around the collar. Her jeans looked like they'd seen better days too. "I'm Harrison," I said, opening the passenger door for her. "Claire," she replied, climbing in. She moved like she was exhausted, or maybe just cold. I got in and cranked the heat up a notch. "So where exactly are you heading, Claire?" "Just to the other side," she repeated, staring straight ahead through the windshield. "I was at a party with some friends, but we got separated." I pulled back onto the highway, trying to make sense of that. A party? Out here? There wasn't anything around for miles except trees and the occasional gas station. "They drop you off at the rest stop?" I asked, keeping my eyes on the road. "The curves get tight as you climb higher into the mountains." "Something like that," she said. Then, after a pause, "I don't really remember." That set off some alarm bells, but I figured maybe she'd been drinking. Young people do stupid things. Maybe her friends had been drinking too and left her behind by accident. We drove in silence for a while. I tried the radio, but the reception was spotty, just static and fragments of songs fading in and out. The temperature in the cab kept dropping despite the heater running full blast. I could see my breath forming little clouds. "Sorry about the cold," I said. "Heater must be acting up." Claire didn't respond. When I glanced over, she was staring out the passenger window, her breath not making any clouds at all. The fog started rolling in as we climbed higher. Not unusual for these mountains in the evening, but it got thick fast. I slowed down, high beams cutting yellow tunnels through the white. The road gets narrow and winding through that pass, with a sheer drop on one side and the mountain wall on the other. One wrong move and you're over the edge. "You come through here often?" I asked, trying to break the increasingly uncomfortable silence. "I used to," she said, still not looking at me. "A long time ago." Her voice had changed somehow, gotten even softer, more distant, like she was talking from the bottom of a well. "So your friends," I tried again, "they expecting you somewhere? Should we try to call them?" Claire turned to face me then. In the green glow from the dashboard instruments, her face looked almost skeletal. Her eyes were sunken, but seemed to reflect light like an animal's. "Do you believe in ghosts, Harrison?" she asked suddenly. My hands tightened on the wheel. "Can't say I've given it much thought." "Sometimes they just need a ride too," she whispered. The hair on the back of my neck stood straight up. I forced a laugh, trying to sound casual. "That's an interesting way of putting it." The fog was so thick now I could barely see the yellow line in the middle of the road. I slowed down even more, creeping along at maybe 20 miles an hour. The silence in the cab was deafening. Then Claire spoke again. "We're getting close to the state line." She was right. We were approaching the Tennessee border. I hadn't mentioned it, and there weren't any signs visible in the fog. How did she know? "You seem to know these roads pretty well," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I know where I died," she replied simply. My blood turned to ice. I shot a look at her, but she was staring straight ahead, her expression suddenly filled with sorrow. I just wish I could go home, she said, tears welling in her eyes. My mouth was dry. Where's home, Claire? Back where I was, she said. Then her head snapped toward me, her eyes suddenly wide and urgent. You need to turn around, right now. What? I can't turn around here, there's no… Please, she cried, reaching for the wheel. You have to trust me. I jerked away from her, the truck swerving slightly. Don't do that. You'll get us both killed. Turn around, she screamed, her voice no longer human. That's when I saw it, lights piercing through the fog ahead, bright blinding lights coming straight at us in our lane. A horn blared, deafening in the night. I yanked the wheel hard, trying to swerve onto the narrow shoulder. The last thing I remember is the truck tilting, the sensation of falling, and Claire's hand on my arm, ice cold. I woke up on the roadside. My truck was about 30 feet down the embankment, crumpled against a tree. Somehow, I'd been thrown clear. My head was bleeding. My ribs felt like they were on fire, but I was alive. People were around me. The driver of the other truck, who'd managed to stop, and a couple who'd been driving behind us. They'd called an ambulance. They were asking me questions, if I was okay, if anyone else was in the truck with me. The girl, I mumbled, Claire, is she okay? They looked at each other, confused. There wasn't any girl, the other trucker said. You were alone in that cab, buddy. I tried to sit up, pain shooting through my chest. No, she was right there. Young woman, denim jacket. She was sitting right next to me. The couple exchanged glances. The woman knelt beside me. Mister, we were right behind you for the last 20 minutes. We saw your truck go off the road. There was no one else in the cab, just you. I spent 3 days in the hospital. Concussion, 4 broken ribs, a dislocated shoulder. The police came to take my statement. They told me the other truck had drifted into my lane because the driver fell asleep at the wheel. They found no evidence anyone else had been in my truck. No fingerprints, no DNA, nothing. I tried to convince myself it was the concussion, that I'd imagined Claire. But deep down, I knew better. When I got out of the hospital, I couldn't let it go. I started researching accidents in that area. It took weeks of digging through newspaper archives and local history, but I found it. 23 years ago, a car went off the road at almost exactly the spot where my truck crashed. The victim was a 19-year-old girl named Claire Larson. She was coming home from a party, driving alone on a foggy night. I've been back on the road for a couple of months now. My company was understanding, gave me time to heal. But I take different routes now. I can't bring myself to drive that stretch of highway again. Sometimes at night, when I'm alone in my cab and the radio's playing low, I swear I can feel someone watching me. And when I pass a hitchhiker standing alone by the road, I feel a chill that has nothing to do with the temperature. I don't know if Claire was trying to warn me or if her presence somehow caused the accident. I don't know why she appeared to me that night, but I know she was there, as real as the steering wheel in my hands. And I know that somewhere in those mountains, she's still waiting for a ride home. Story 14. I've been debating whether to share this for years. Even typing this makes my hands shake. I was a rookie cop in a small Indiana town, one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and the police blotter is usually just drunk drivers and the occasional shoplifting. That all changed for me one night in October, 7 years ago. I was still in field training, paired with Mike, a 20-year veteran who'd seen everything this sleepy town had to offer. Or so we thought. The night was unusually cold, and a heavy fog had settled in, making visibility terrible. Around 11:30, dispatch called us to respond to a possible trespasser at 426 Maple Drive. Just some paranoid old-timer who saw a raccoon, Mike said, yawning as we pulled onto Maple. But something about the street felt off. The houses were spaced far apart, with thick woods between properties. 426 was at the very end, where the pavement gave way to gravel and eventually dirt. The house itself was nothing special, a one-story ranch with peeling paint and overgrown bushes. But it sat alone, backed up against dense woods that seemed to swallow the property. As we pulled into the driveway, our headlights illuminated the house number, 426, nailed crookedly beside the door. The owner met us at the door before we even knocked. He was middle-aged, maybe 50, with thinning hair and darting eyes. He wasn't what I expected. Not elderly, not drunk, not obviously unstable, just scared. "Someone's been in my backyard," he said, voice barely above a whisper, standing by my shed, watching the house. Mike asked the standard questions. Description? Couldn't see clearly. How long? Maybe 20 minutes. Armed? I don't know. The man kept glancing over his shoulder into the house, like he was afraid of something inside. "We'll check it out," Mike said, clearly thinking this was a waste of time. He told me to walk the perimeter while he took a statement. The fog had gotten thicker, wrapping around my flashlight beam and making shadows dance. The backyard was small and bordered by trees on all sides. The shed sat in the far corner, a ramshackle structure with a rusted metal roof and wooden walls that had seen better days. I approached slowly, my hand resting on my holstered gun. The ground around the shed was soft and muddy. And that's when I noticed them, footprints, not clear enough to determine size or pattern, but definitely human. They led from the woods to the shed and back, but not toward the house. I called Mike over, and he examined them with his flashlight. Someone was definitely here, he admitted. The owner stood on his back porch, arms wrapped around himself. "I told you," he said. "This isn't the first time." Mike nudged the shed door open with his foot. Inside was mostly empty, some old garden tools, a broken lawnmower. But in the corner was something that made my stomach turn. A pile of freshly disturbed dirt, maybe 3 feet across. And sticking out of it was what looked like the toe of a leather shoe. "What's this?" Mike asked the owner, who'd come closer. I don't know," he said, looking genuinely confused. "That wasn't there when I was in here last week." Mike used a rake to carefully uncover more of the shoe. It was just one shoe, caked with dirt, no foot inside. Adult-sized men's. But why would someone bury a single shoe in this man's shed? That's when we heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping coming from the direction of the house. Tap, 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 tap. "What's that?" I asked. The owner's face went pale. "That's what I hear in the walls at night. It wakes me up." Mike and I exchanged glances. We went back inside and searched the entire house. No intruder, no explanation for the tapping, which had stopped as suddenly as it started. The owner was visibly shaken, insisted someone had been watching him for weeks. "Lock your doors, keep your phone handy," Mike told him. "Call us if anything else happens." As we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling we were missing something. The single buried shoe, the footprints that came from the woods, the tapping. "You think he's making it up?" I asked Mike. "Not sure," he said, uncharacteristically serious. "Something's off about that place." 2 nights later, I was on solo patrol. Mike was off, and I was eager to prove myself. Around 2 in the morning, dispatch called with another report from 426 Maple Drive. This time, the caller had hung up after saying only, "It's back." I responded immediately, trying to ignore the dread building in my chest. The fog was even thicker this night, and the temperature had dropped below freezing. My cruiser's headlights barely cut through the gloom as I pulled up to the house. No lights were on. I knocked, announced myself as police. No answer. I tried the doorknob. It turned easily. The door was unlocked, slightly ajar. "Hello? Police officer. Anyone home?" Silence. Department protocol said I should wait for backup, but I was young, stupid, and thought I had something to prove. I entered, flashlight in one hand, gun drawn in the other. The house was cold, like no heat had been on for hours, and there was a smell, not decay exactly, but something earthy and damp, like wet soil. My flashlight beam caught something on the hardwood floor, wet footprints, small ones like a child's, leading from a bedroom down the hall. I followed them, calling out again. The bedroom door was open, and inside, the window was raised about 6 inches. Cold air poured in, and the curtains fluttered. The footprints led directly to the window. Looking outside, I could see them continuing across the backyard, heading toward the woods. Someone had either come in through the window or gone out. But where was the homeowner? I radioed dispatch, reported the situation, requested backup. Then I did something I still regret. I decided to follow the footprints instead of waiting. They were fresh, wet, and I was worried a child might be involved. The prints led straight into the woods behind the property. I followed, flashlight beam bouncing off trees and undergrowth. The further I went, the more the fog seemed to close in, until I could barely see 10 feet ahead. The footprints remained clear, though, like whoever made them was carrying something wet. After about 5 minutes of walking, the trees thinned out into a small clearing. In the center was an old stone well, the kind with a circular wall about 3 feet high. The footprints led directly to it. I approached cautiously, my breath clouding in the cold air. The well had no cover, just an open shaft descending into darkness. I shined my flashlight down, but couldn't see the bottom. That's when I heard it again. Tap, 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 coming from inside the well. 3 quick taps, pause, 3 more, over and over. "Hello?" I called down. "Is someone down there?" The tapping stopped. Then, faintly, I heard what sounded like a child's voice. "Help me." I leaned closer, shining my light down. The beam caught something about 15 feet down, a face, looking up at me. Pale, almost white, with wide, unblinking eyes and a mouth stretched into an unnatural grin. "Help me," it whispered again, but the mouth didn't move with the words. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping my flashlight. The face remained fixed, staring up, unmoving except for that twisted smile, which seemed to widen. Then the tapping started again, louder, faster. Tap, 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 tap. Not just from the well now, but from the trees around me. Like dozens of invisible hands were knocking on wood. I ran. I'm not proud of it, but I ran as fast as I could back toward the house. The tapping followed me, always just behind, always getting closer. Branches whipped at my face, roots tried to trip me. I swear I could hear breathing behind me, wet and ragged. When I burst out of the trees into the backyard, backup had arrived. 2 cruisers, lights flashing. My sergeant and another officer were at the back door. "Jackson, what the hell?" my sergeant called. I was gasping, couldn't speak right away. When I finally caught my breath, I told them everything. The footprints, the well, the face, the tapping. They looked at me like I was crazy, because there were no footprints. Not in the house, not in the yard. The bedroom window was closed and locked. No sign of the homeowner anywhere. We searched the woods together, found the well exactly where I'd said. But there was nothing unusual about it. Just an old dry well with no water and no face. No tapping sounds. "Maybe you saw a trapped animal," my sergeant suggested. "Raccoon, maybe a fox. Reflective eyes can look weird in the dark." But I know what I saw. That wasn't an animal. We put out a missing persons report for the homeowner, but he was never found. The investigation turned up some strange details. He'd only lived there 6 months, paid cash for the property, and neighbors barely knew him. The house has remained empty since that night. I requested a transfer a few months later, but even in my new department 2 counties over, the story followed me. The rookie who got spooked by a raccoon in a well, the kid who couldn't hack it. I drive by 426 Maple Drive sometimes when I visit my parents who still live in town. The house is still vacant, paint peeling worse now, yard completely overgrown. Last month, I slowed down as I passed, and that's when I heard it again, faintly, through my closed car windows. Tap, 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 tap. I sped away, heart pounding. I've never told anyone the full story until now. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, if the stress of the job got to me. But then I remember that face in the well, those unblinking eyes, that frozen smile, and I know it was real. The weirdest part? I checked the county records recently. There's no record of anyone ever building a well on that property. According to the surveys and historical documents, it doesn't exist. But I found it. Something led me there that night, and sometimes, when it's very quiet at night, I still hear tapping on my bedroom walls. Story 15. This happened 3 months ago. I was working overtime at the warehouse where I do inventory, management. My boss had asked me to finish cataloging a shipment that had come in late, and I didn't really have a choice. We were already behind schedule, and I needed the extra hours anyway. My shift ended at 2 in the morning, and I was exhausted. The drive home from work is about an hour long on a good day. I live out in the country, and there's this winding road that cuts through dense woods for about 20 minutes of the drive. During the day, it's actually pretty, all tall pines and oaks. At night, though, it's pitch black except for your headlights, and the trees seem to close in around you. I'd made this drive hundreds of times before, usually with the radio blasting to keep me awake. That night, I remember it was drizzling slightly. Not enough for the wipers to be on constantly, but enough that I had to hit them every few minutes to clear the windshield. The road was empty. It always is at that hour, and I was fighting to stay alert, cranking up the heat to combat the early spring chill. I was about halfway through the wooded stretch when my headlights caught something white on the side of the road. At first, I thought it was just fog, or maybe a plastic bag caught on a branch, but as I got closer, I realized it was a person. A woman in a white dress, just standing there in the rain. My first instinct was to keep driving. I mean, who stands on a deserted road in the middle of the night wearing a white dress? But she raised her hand to flag me down, and I couldn't just leave someone stranded out there. What if she'd been in an accident or something? I slowed down and pulled over, rolling my window down just a crack. She approached my car slowly. She looked to be in her 30s, with long dark hair that was damp from the rain. Her dress was plain and ankle length, also wet and clinging to her. She didn't look injured, just lost. "Are you okay?" I called out. "Do you need help?" She leaned down to my window, and I got a better look at her face. She was pale, with dark circles under her eyes like she hadn't slept in days. "I need a ride," she said. Her voice was soft but urgent. "I'm looking for my brother. He disappeared years ago, but I think he might be out here." I hesitated. Every warning I'd ever heard about picking up strangers flashed through my mind, but there was something in her eyes that seemed genuinely distressed. Plus, it was freezing and raining, and we were miles from anywhere. "Get in," I finally said, unlocking the passenger door. "I can take you to the next town if that helps." She slid into the passenger seat, bringing with her the smell of wet earth, and something else I couldn't place, almost like old leaves or moss. Up close, I noticed her dress wasn't just plain white, but had small embroidered flowers along the collar. It looked handmade, kind of old-fashioned. "Thank you," she said. "My name is Lila." "I'm Mark," I replied, pulling back onto the road. "So your brother's been missing? Have you called the police?" Lila stared straight ahead through the windshield. "They couldn't help. It's been too long. But I know he's here. I can feel it." The way she said it sent a small chill up my spine. I turned the heat up higher. "How long has he been missing?" I asked, trying to keep the conversation normal. "Since 1987, she answered without hesitation. That caught me off guard. That's over 30 years ago." She nodded, still staring ahead. "I know, but he's still out here. We used to play in these woods when we were children." I didn't know what to say to that. Either she was confused about the dates, or she was delusional. But she didn't seem threatening, just sad and determined. We drove in silence for a few minutes. The rain picked up, and I had to turn the wipers to a steady rhythm. The sound seemed too loud in the quiet car. "Can you turn here?" Lila suddenly asked, pointing to a narrow dirt road I'd never noticed before, despite all the times I'd driven this route. "Where does that go?" I asked, slowing down. "To our old cabin. That's where he might be." I should have said no. I should have told her I needed to get home, that I could drop her at a gas station or call someone for her. But something about her certainty made me curious, and honestly, I felt bad for her. If checking an old cabin would give her some closure, maybe it was worth a short detour. I turned onto the dirt road, my headlights barely cutting through the darkness between the trees. The road was bumpy and uneven, clearly not maintained. After about 5 minutes of slow driving, the trees opened up to reveal a small clearing with a cabin in the center. It was more dilapidated than I'd expected, a small, one-story structure with a sagging porch and boarded-up windows. It looked like it hadn't been occupied in decades. "This is it?" I asked, parking but leaving the engine running. Lila nodded, her eyes fixed on the cabin. "He has to be here. This was our special place." "It doesn't look like anyone's been here in years," I said gently. She opened her door. "I need to check inside. Please, just give me a few minutes." Against my better judgment, I nodded. "I'll wait here." She got out and walked toward the cabin, her white dress almost glowing in my headlights. I watched as she climbed the creaky steps and pushed open the front door, which swung inward with surprising ease. Then she disappeared inside. I sat there, engine idling, wipers still going, for what felt like 10 minutes. She didn't come back out. I checked my phone. No signal, of course. I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel, increasingly uneasy. Finally, I turned off the engine but left the keys in the ignition. I got out into the rain, which had thankfully lessened to a drizzle again. The only sounds were the light patter of raindrops on leaves and the occasional creak from the old cabin as the wind pushed against it. "Lila," I called out, approaching the porch. "Is everything okay?" "No," answer. I climbed the steps, wincing at the loud groan of the old wood beneath my feet. The door was still ajar, and I pushed it open wider. "Lila, we should get going," I said, peering into the darkness. My eyes adjusted slowly. The cabin was a single room with what looked like the remains of old furniture. A broken table, a rusted metal bed frame, some shelves hanging crookedly on one wall. And there, in the far corner, was Lila, crouched down with her back to me. "Hey," I said softly, not wanting to startle her. "Did you find anything?" She didn't move or acknowledge me. I took a few steps closer, my shoes crunching on debris. Lila? When she finally turned, her face looked different. Her eyes seemed darker, almost completely black in the dim light, and there was something off about her expression, like her face had become a mask. "He's not here," she said, her voice hollow. "But you are." A cold knot formed in my stomach. "Look, I think we should leave. I can still drive you to town." She stood up slowly, still staring at me with those unnaturally dark eyes. "You don't understand. Neither of us is alive anymore. My brother and I, we died here, and now we're trapped." My heart started pounding. I backed toward the door. "I'm going to go now, Lila. You can come if you want to ride, but I'm leaving." She took a step toward me. "No one leaves. That's why I bring them here, so I'm not alone." I turned to run, but the door slammed shut with a force that shook the whole cabin. I grabbed the handle and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. "What the hell?" I shouted, yanking harder. "Open the door." "They never leave," Lila said, her voice now coming from right behind me. "Not my brother, not the others, not you." I spun around. She was standing much closer than she should have been able to move in those few seconds. And now I noticed something else. Her feet weren't quite touching the floor. She was hovering a few inches above it. The air in the cabin suddenly felt thick and cold. The shadows in the corners seemed to move and shift, stretching toward me like fingers. And worst of all, I started to hear whispers, dozens of overlapping voices too quiet to make out the words, but loud enough to fill my head with their desperate murmurs. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Company," she replied simply. "It gets lonely here. My brother left me. The others tried to leave too. But you'll stay." The shadows were moving faster now, swirling around us. I could feel them brushing against my skin like cobwebs, cold and clinging. The whispers grew louder, and I started to make out fragments. "Help us. Trapped. Years and years. Never escape." I pressed my back against the door, my mind racing. This couldn't be real. I had to be hallucinating from exhaustion, or maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel and was dreaming this whole thing. But the cold touch of the shadows felt too real, and the fear pumping through my veins was too visceral to be a dream. Lila drifted closer, her feet still not touching the ground. "It won't hurt," she said. "After a while you forget what it was like to be alive." Something inside me snapped. Pure adrenaline surged through my body, and I lunged to the side, away from her outstretched hand. I grabbed a broken chair leg from the floor and swung it at the nearest window, shattering the rotted boards and glass. The whispers turned to screams, horrible, agonized wails that seemed to come from the walls themselves. The shadows converged on me, but I was already diving through the broken window, feeling shards of glass slice into my arm as I tumbled onto the wet ground outside. I scrambled to my feet and ran for my car, not daring to look back. I could hear the screams following me and the sound of something rushing through the trees on either side of me, but I kept running. I practically threw myself into the driver's seat, jammed the key into the ignition, and floored it before the door was even fully closed. The car fishtailed on the muddy road as I reversed, then spun around to head back to the main road. In my rearview mirror, I saw Lila standing in front of the cabin, still in her white dress, watching me leave. And behind her, dozens of shadowy figures crowded the doorway and windows, their forms indistinct but unmistakably human-shaped. I drove like a madman back to the highway, my hands shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel steady. Once I hit the main road, I didn't slow down until I reached the first gas station about 15 miles away. I sat in the parking lot under the fluorescent lights, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what had happened. My arm was bleeding from the glass cuts, but they weren't deep. More concerning was the black smudge on my jacket where one of the shadows had touched me, a mark that wouldn't wash out no matter how many times I've tried since. I've driven past that stretch of woods several times since then, always during daylight, always speeding. I've never seen the dirt road again. I've looked on maps, searched local history for any record of a cabin or deaths in that area, but found nothing conclusive. But sometimes at night, I still hear those whispers in my dreams, and I can't shake the feeling that some souls are forever lost, wandering the night, searching for a way home, or worse, looking for company in their eternal imprisonment. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't escaped. I don't want to know. But I do know that if you're ever driving late at night and see someone in white by the roadside, keep driving. Don't stop. Don't look back. Some people aren't looking for help. They're looking for souls to collect. Story 16. I've been debating whether to share this experience for years now. It happened back in 2017, and I still get chills thinking about it. I'm not usually the type to believe in supernatural stuff, but what happened to me in Blackwood Forest, well, I just can't explain it. I'm what you'd call an outdoorsy guy. Always loved hiking, camping, all that nature stuff. But that year, I was getting frustrated with how crowded all the popular trails in Massachusetts had become. Every weekend it was like a parade of Instagram hikers taking selfies. I just wanted some genuine solitude, to disconnect completely. That's when I heard about Blackwood Forest up in northern Maine. A co-worker mentioned it offhandedly, said it was beautiful, but hardly anyone went there because it was so remote. Perfect, I thought. A weekend completely alone with nature, no cell service, no crowds, just me and the wilderness. I packed light, just my tent, sleeping bag, some food, water, my GPS, and a map. I remember driving up on a Friday, taking those last few back roads that seemed to get narrower and more overgrown with each turn. The sky was this strange gray color, not quite stormy, but not clear either. Just this flat, dull gray that made everything look washed out. I found the trailhead around 2 in the afternoon. There wasn't an official parking area, just a small clearing where I could leave my car. No other vehicles in sight. I remember checking my phone one last time, no service as expected, before putting it on airplane mode to save battery for emergencies. The first thing that struck me as I started hiking was how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, but wrong quiet. I've been in forests all my life, and they're never completely silent. There's always birds calling, squirrels rustling through leaves, wind in the trees. But here, nothing. I tried to shake off the uneasiness, telling myself it was just the unfamiliarity of a new place. The trail wasn't well maintained. In some spots, it almost disappeared completely, and I had to rely on occasional faded markers on trees. I hiked for about 2 hours before finding what seemed like a perfect camping spot, a small clearing surrounded by these massive old pines. The trees were so tall they seemed to bend inward, like they were looking down at the clearing. I set up my tent and got a small fire going before sunset. As the daylight faded, that's when the forest changed. It's hard to explain, but it felt like the forest woke up when the sun went down. First came the whispers. I'd be sitting by my fire and suddenly hear what sounded like hushed voices just behind me. I'd turn, but nothing would be there. It wasn't the wind. There was barely any breeze. These sounds had inflection, rhythm. They sounded like actual words, just too quiet to make out. I kept telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that I was just hearing the normal sounds of the forest and interpreting them as something familiar. But then I started feeling like I was being watched. You know that sensation when someone's staring at you? That prickling feeling on the back of your neck? It was that, but from every direction at once. I kept scanning the tree line, but the darkness beyond my campfire was absolute. If anything was out there watching, I couldn't see it. I eventually crawled into my tent, zipping it up tight even though it was a warm night. I was exhausted, but couldn't fall asleep. The whispers seemed to get louder after I got in my tent, like whatever was making them had moved closer. I lay there for what felt like hours, straining to understand what they were saying, but never quite catching the words. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because I remember jolting awake in the middle of the night. It was that kind of awakening where you're instantly alert, like your body sensed danger before your conscious mind did. That's when I heard the footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps circling my tent. Not the quick patter of an animal, but the heavy, measured tread of something large, human-sized. I froze, barely breathing, as they made a complete circuit around my tent. Then they stopped, right at the entrance. I could see it through the fabric of my tent, a dark silhouette standing perfectly still. The moonlight cast its shadow across my tent wall. It was person-shaped, but somehow wrong, too tall, too thin in places, and it just stood there, not moving, not making a sound. I could feel it staring at me through the tent. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure whatever it was could hear it. I had my hunting knife clutched in my hand, but I was terrified to make any movement. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me paralyzed with fear inside, this thing standing motionless outside. Maybe minutes, maybe an hour. Then, without any sound, the silhouette turned and walked away, fading into the darkness of the forest. I didn't sleep a wink the rest of the night. I just lay there, knife in hand, listening to those whispers that never stopped. When the first gray light of dawn finally came, I unzipped my tent and practically crawled out, my body stiff from being tensed for hours. The first thing I did was look for footprints around my tent. There were none. The ground was covered in pine needles and soft dirt that should have shown tracks, but there was nothing. I told myself I'd imagined it all. Sleep paralysis, maybe, or my mind playing tricks after a day of solitude. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with this place. The forest felt different in the daylight, not welcoming and open like forests usually do in the morning. It felt oppressive, like the trees were leaning in closer, watching me. I decided I'd had enough. One night was plenty. I quickly packed up my gear, not bothering with breakfast, just wanting to get back to my car and civilization. I checked my map and GPS, plotting the quickest route back to the trailhead. That's when things got really weird. Nothing matched up. The trail I'd followed in wasn't where it should be. Landmarks I remembered passing were nowhere to be seen. My GPS kept glitching, showing me in completely different locations each time I checked it. The compass on my phone was spinning wildly. I tried to stay calm, to retrace my steps logically, but nothing made sense. The forest seemed to have rearranged itself overnight. I walked for hours, increasingly panicked as the day wore on, and I was no closer to finding my way out. The sun was already starting to lower in the sky, and the thought of spending another night in those woods made my stomach twist. I was nearly at my breaking point when I spotted something through the trees, a structure of some kind. As I got closer, I could see it was a cabin, an old, weathered log cabin with smoke coming from its stone chimney. Someone was there. I nearly cried with relief. I approached the cabin, calling out to announce myself so I wouldn't startle whoever was inside. No one answered, but the door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open, stepping inside. "Hello? I'm lost. I need some help," I called out. The cabin was empty, but it didn't look abandoned. There was a fire burning low in the hearth, yet the cabin was unnaturally cold. I could see my breath inside, despite the fire. It made no sense. The interior was sparse, just a rough wooden table, a chair, a small bed in the corner. But what made my blood run cold were the walls. They were covered in symbols, strange, intricate symbols that looked freshly carved into the wood. They weren't like anything I'd ever seen before, not any language or religious symbols I recognized. They seemed to shift slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them, like they were moving in my peripheral vision. That's when I noticed the absolute silence. Even the whispers that had been my constant companion since entering the forest had stopped. It was like the whole world was holding its breath. I decided right then I needed to get out. Something was deeply wrong with this place. As I turned to leave, the cabin door slammed shut with such force the whole structure shook. I lunged for the handle, but it wouldn't budge, like something was holding it from the outside. And then the whispers started again, not from outside, but from inside the cabin, from the very walls themselves. They were louder now, almost understandable, like they were right at the edge of comprehension. The fire in the hearth suddenly flared up, casting wild shadows across those carved symbols, making them seem to dance and writhe. Pure panic took over. I threw myself against the door, and on the third impact, it suddenly gave way. I tumbled outside and just ran. I didn't think, didn't plan, just ran blindly through the trees. The whispers seemed to follow me, coming from all directions. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. And then, suddenly, I burst out onto a road. My road. My car was there, right where I'd left it. Somehow, inexplicably, I'd found my way back. I drove away so fast I nearly wrecked my car on those narrow back roads. I didn't slow down until I hit the interstate, and I didn't stop until I crossed the state line back into Massachusetts. It's been 6 years now, and I've never gone back to Blackwood Forest. I've researched it extensively since then, trying to find any history, any accounts similar to mine. I found almost nothing, just vague mentions of hikers going missing over the years, and old local legends about the forest being wrong somehow. I've mostly convinced myself there must be some rational explanation. Maybe I got disoriented. Maybe there were toxic mushroom spores in that part of the forest that caused hallucinations. Maybe I had some kind of breakdown from the isolation. But sometimes, usually around 3 in the morning when I can't sleep, I still hear those whispers. Just at the edge of hearing, almost but not quite understandable words. And I know whatever was in those woods, a part of it followed me home. Story 17. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been 3 months since our trip to the California coast, and I keep waking up in cold sweats, thinking I can hear those whispers again. I've tried therapy, meditation, even sleeping pills, but nothing helps. I need to write this down. Maybe putting it all out there will help me process what happened. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I swear every word is true. It was supposed to be a fun spring break road trip. Me, Mark, Lisa, and Jake. We'd been friends since freshman year, now juniors at UC Santa Cruz. Mark and Lisa had been dating for about 6 months, and Jake was my roommate. We'd planned this trip for weeks, 5 days driving up the coast, camping, hiking, just getting away from campus and schoolwork. We left early on a Monday morning in Jake's beat-up Volkswagen van. It was this ridiculous turquoise color that he'd painted himself, but it ran pretty well and had enough room for our camping gear. The first day went perfectly. We drove for about 4 hours, stopping at beaches along the way, taking stupid pictures, blasting music with the windows down. It felt so normal, so carefree. God, I wish we'd just stuck to the original plan. Around 7 that evening, we were getting hungry and looking for somewhere to eat before finding a campsite. We were on this stretch of Highway 1 that seemed to go on forever, just cliffs on one side, ocean on the other, and hardly any signs of civilization. Jake was driving, complaining about needing gas and food, when we spotted this small neon sign around a bend, the Last Stop Diner. The place looked like something from the 1970s that time had forgotten. A single-story building with large windows and a gravel parking lot with only 2 other cars. I remember thinking it was strange that a diner in such a remote location would still be in business, but we were too hungry to question it. Inside, the place was dimly lit with these flickering fluorescent lights and red vinyl booths. There was an old jukebox in the corner playing music I didn't recognize, something slow and melancholy. Only 3 other people were there, an elderly couple in a corner booth and a trucker-looking guy at the counter. The waitress who greeted us was maybe in her 60s, with this silver-streaked hair pulled back in a tight bun. Her name tag said, Elaine. "You kids are a long way from anywhere," she said as she showed us to a booth. There was something in her tone that made me uneasy, but I brushed it off. We ordered burgers and milkshakes. While waiting for our food, Mark noticed a bulletin board near the restrooms covered with maps and photographs. Always curious, he went to check it out, and we followed. Most of the photos were faded, showing the diner from decades past, local landmarks, and what looked like hiking groups. But what caught our attention was this hand-drawn map pinned in the center. It showed the coastline with several locations marked with strange names: Whispering Caves, the Forgotten Trail, and at the northernmost point, circled in red, the Vanishing Point. Jake thought it was some local tourist trap, but Mark was immediately intrigued. He asked Elaine about it when she brought our food. "Oh, that old thing," she said, wiping her hands on her apron. "Local landmarks, places hikers like to explore. The Vanishing Point's quite a view, sits on a cliff overlooking the ocean. They say on clear days, you can see where the sky meets the water so perfectly, it looks like they vanish into each other." She paused, then added, "But it's a difficult hike. Not many visitors find their way there, or back." She laughed after saying this, like it was some inside joke, but nobody joined in. I felt a chill run down my spine, but Mark and Jake were already hooked. Lisa seemed hesitant, but she usually went along with Mark's ideas. "How do we get there?" Mark asked, and I'll never forget how Elaine's expression changed, just for a second, before she smiled again. "There's a trailhead about 20 miles north, small dirt road off the highway, easy to miss if you're not looking for it." She grabbed a napkin and wrote down coordinates. "But you'll want to start early. It's not a hike you want to finish after dark." We should have listened to that last part. We should have never gone at all. We finished eating, and Mark was already planning our detour. The original plan had been to reach Mendocino by the next day, but now all he could talk about was finding this vanishing point. Jake was equally excited, and Lisa, though hesitant, didn't want to be the one to spoil the adventure. I had this feeling in my gut telling me it was a bad idea, but I didn't speak up. That's something I'll regret for the rest of my life. We camped at a site about 10 miles from the diner that night. Around the campfire, Mark kept going on about the place, checking the coordinates on his phone, trying to find information online. There was hardly anything, just vague mentions on a few hiking forums about the incredible views and the strange feeling people got there. One guy says he felt like he was being watched the whole time, Mark read from his phone. Another says they heard whispers even though they were alone. Sounds like typical creepypasta stuff, I said, trying to sound dismissive. Or maybe it's just the wind, Lisa suggested. Those coastal forests can create weird acoustics. Jake just grinned and said, only one way to find out. We set off the next morning around 9. It took us almost an hour to find the turnoff. Just a narrow dirt road with no sign, exactly as Elaine had described. Jake's van struggled on the uneven terrain, but eventually we reached what looked like a small clearing where the road ended. There was no official trailhead, no signs, nothing to indicate this was a hiking spot, just dense forest ahead of us. Mark checked his phone again. Signal's weak, but according to the map, we follow this path for about 3 miles northeast. The path was barely visible, just a slight depression in the undergrowth that might have been made by animals for all we knew. We packed our day packs with water, some snacks and flashlights, though we planned to be back well before dark. The forest was unusually quiet as we started walking. No birds singing, no small animals scurrying away. Just the sound of our footsteps on the soft ground and our own breathing. The trees grew thicker and taller the further we went, blocking out more and more sunlight until we were walking in a perpetual green twilight. After about 2 hours of hiking, Lisa pointed out that the path was becoming more defined, as if it had been used more frequently in this section. We also started noticing strange rock formations, stones stacked in ways that seemed deliberate, almost like trail markers, but with no obvious pattern. Someone's been maintaining this trail, Jake said, examining one of the rock piles. Or something, Mark joked, making spooky fingers at Lisa, who rolled her eyes. Another hour passed, and the forest suddenly opened up into a large clearing. At the far end was exactly what Elaine had described, a cliff edge with the most breathtaking view I'd ever seen. The ocean stretched out infinitely, the horizon line perfectly blending the deep blue water with the sky above. It was disorienting, beautiful, and somehow terrifying all at once. The vanishing point, Mark whispered, and his voice sounded different, awed, but also unsettled. We spent maybe an hour at the cliff edge, taking photos, eating our snacks, trying to soak in the view. But the longer we stayed, the more I felt this growing unease. The air seemed to get heavier, pressing down on us. The silence of the forest behind us felt watchful rather than peaceful. It was around 4 in the afternoon when Jake first noticed the fog. It wasn't rolling in from the ocean as you might expect, but seeping out from the trees behind us, thin tendrils of mist that seemed to reach into the clearing like fingers. We should head back, I said, unable to hide the anxiety in my voice. It'll be dark in a few hours. Mark nodded, suddenly looking less enthusiastic than before. Yeah, you're right. Let's pack up. As we started back toward the trail, the fog thickened rapidly. Within minutes, visibility dropped to maybe 15 feet. We huddled closer together, Mark taking the lead since he had been tracking our route on his phone. Shit, he muttered, staring at his screen. No signal, and the GPS is going haywire. Just follow the path, Lisa said, her voice tight with worry. It's the same way we came. But the path wasn't the same anymore. The fog had transformed everything. The trees seemed taller, closer together, their branches reaching lower. The ground beneath our feet felt different too, softer, almost spongy. That's when we first heard the whispers. They came from all directions, not loud enough to make out words, but definitely human-sounding voices, murmuring just below the threshold of comprehension. We all froze, looking at each other with wide eyes. "Hello?" Jake called out. "Is someone there?" The whispers stopped immediately, leaving a silence so complete it hurt my ears. "It's just the wind," Lisa said, but her voice trembled. "There is no wind," I replied, realizing with growing horror that the air was completely still. We pressed on, trying to follow what we thought was the path. The fog continued to thicken until we could barely see each other. I was behind Mark, with Lisa behind me and Jake taking up the rear. We were calling out to each other constantly, making sure no one got separated. Then I heard Lisa scream. I turned around, but she wasn't there. Jake wasn't either. The fog had somehow come between us in just seconds. "Lisa! Jake!" I shouted, panic rising in my chest. "Over here!" I heard Jake call, but his voice sounded distant, coming from somewhere to my right. "Stay where you are," Mark yelled from somewhere ahead of me. "I'll come to you." I stood frozen, terrified of moving in any direction and getting more lost. The whispers started again, louder this time, seeming to circle around me. I pulled out my flashlight even though it was still daylight. The fog was so thick it might as well have been night. The beam cut through the mist maybe 10 feet before disappearing. I swept it around slowly, trying to spot any sign of my friends. That's when I saw it. A massive tree unlike any of the others. Its trunk must have been 10 feet wide, gnarled and twisted, with bark that looked almost black. And carved into that bark were names, dozens, maybe hundreds of names, some looking fresh, others so weathered they were barely legible. I approached it slowly, drawn by a horrible fascination. As I got closer, I realized the names were arranged in groups, with dates beside them. My blood turned to ice when I recognized some of the names from the hiking forums Mark had been reading. People who had posted about visiting the vanishing point. The whispers grew louder as I stood before the tree, and now I could almost make out words. "Stay. Join us. So beautiful here." I ran. I didn't know which direction I was going, just away from that tree, away from those whispers. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. Somehow, miraculously, I stumbled back onto what felt like the main path. The fog seemed thinner here, and I could see maybe 20 feet ahead. I followed this path, calling for my friends until my voice was hoarse. After what felt like hours, I saw a figure ahead through the mist. "Mark!" I called out, relief flooding through me. He turned and I ran toward him, but as I got closer, I slowed down. Something was wrong. He was standing too still, and his eyes looked vacant, glazed over. "You found me," he said, but his voice was flat, emotionless. "Where are the others? We need to get out of here," I said, grabbing his arm. His skin felt cold, much colder than it should have been. "Why would we leave?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. "It's so beautiful here. You should stay with us." A chill ran down my spine. "Us?" He gestured behind him, and through the thinning fog, I saw Lisa and Jake standing a few yards away. They had the same vacant expression, the same unnatural stillness. "The forest wants us to stay," Lisa said, her voice eerily similar to Mark's, flat, devoid of her usual warmth. Jake nodded slowly. "You should stay too. It's peaceful here. No more worries." I backed away from them, shaking my head. "This isn't right. Something's wrong with you. We need to leave now." "You can't leave," Mark said, reaching for me. "No one really leaves the vanishing point." I turned and ran again, ignoring their calls behind me. Somehow, I still don't know how, I found my way back to the van as night was falling. The forest had let me out, but it had kept my friends. I waited in the van all night, hoping they would emerge from the forest. They never did. At dawn, I drove back to the last stop diner, barely able to see through my tears. Elaine was there, wiping down counters. She didn't seem surprised to see me alone. "They stayed, didn't they?" she asked quietly. I nodded, unable to speak. She sighed, setting down her cloth. "The forest can be cruel that way. Sometimes it takes more than it gives." She placed a hand on mine. "You won't find them now. The vanishing point has claimed them." I reported my friends missing, of course. Search parties combed the area for weeks. They never found any trace of Mark, Lisa, or Jake. They found no massive tree with names carved into it. They found no clearing with a view of the ocean. According to the park rangers, there wasn't even a proper trail where I described. I've tried to go back twice. The first time I couldn't find the dirt road at all. The second time I found it, but walked for hours without reaching the clearing. The forest had changed, or maybe it was never what we thought it was. I still have nightmares about my friends' empty eyes, about the whispers in the fog. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain I can hear Mark's voice telling me I should have stayed. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if he was right. The vanishing point took my friends that day, and although I escaped with my body, I'm not sure if I truly made it out with my soul intact. Story 18. I've been a crime journalist for 11 years now, covering everything from petty theft to the occasional murder in rural Pennsylvania. Nothing glamorous, just small-town crime that rarely makes headlines beyond our county borders. But what happened to me 6 months ago at the old Ridgewood Police Precinct? I still can't explain it. I've tried to forget, tried to convince myself it was stress or lack of sleep, but I know what I saw. What I heard, what I felt. It started with a phone call on a Wednesday evening in January. I was working late at my desk at the Millbrook Gazette, finishing an article about a series of break-ins. The office was empty except for me and maybe the janitor somewhere in the building. My desk phone rang around 10:30, which was unusual that late. "Emily Taylor," I answered, expecting it to be my editor asking about the article. The line crackled with static before a man's voice came through, distant and strangely hollow. "Miss Taylor, I have information about the disappearances. Ridgewood Precinct. Midnight tonight. Come alone." Before I could ask any questions, the line went dead. I sat there staring at the phone for a good minute. The Millbrook disappearances had been an ongoing story I'd been covering for months. 5 people gone without a trace over the past 2 years. No bodies, no evidence, nothing. The police had no leads, and the cases had gone cold. And Ridgewood Precinct? That place had been abandoned for over a decade. The county had consolidated police services, and the old building had been sitting empty ever since. Kids in town told stories about it being haunted, but I'd always written that off as typical small-town folklore. I should have ignored the call. Any reasonable person would have. But journalists aren't always reasonable when it comes to following a story. And I'd been hitting nothing but dead ends with the disappearances. If there was even a slim chance this caller had legitimate information, I needed to hear it. I finished my article, emailed it to my editor, and headed home to change. I put on jeans, a black sweater, and my heaviest winter coat. January in Pennsylvania doesn't mess around. I grabbed my recorder, notebook, pepper spray, and flashlight, then sat on my couch debating whether I was really going to do this. At 11:40, I made my decision and got in my car. The Ridgewood Precinct sits about 3 miles outside town, just off Route 16. It's a 2-story brick building that was probably impressive in the 70s when it was built, but had fallen into disrepair long before it was officially closed. As I pulled into the cracked parking lot, The moonlight cast long shadows across the building's facade. Most of the windows were boarded up, and graffiti marked the walls near the entrance. My car's dashboard clock read 11:57. I killed the engine but left the keys in the ignition, just in case I needed to leave quickly. The silence that followed was absolute. No traffic noise from the distant highway, no animals, not even the wind. Just dead silence and the occasional creak of my cooling engine. I took my flashlight and got out, immediately hit by the biting cold. My breath fogged in front of me as I approached the building, the beam of light bouncing off the entrance. The front door was chained, but not very effectively. There was enough slack that I could squeeze through if I tried. Part of me hoped the chain would be too tight, giving me an excuse to leave. But when I pushed against the door, it opened just enough for me to slip through. The smell hit me immediately. Musty air, mold, and something else I couldn't identify, but made my stomach turn. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a reception area with a large desk covered in dust and fallen ceiling tiles. The county had removed most of the furniture and equipment years ago, but a few broken chairs remained scattered about. Water damage had caused part of the ceiling to collapse in one corner, and black mold spread across the walls like some kind of sick artwork. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing through the empty space. "I'm Emily Taylor from the Gazette. I got your call about the disappearances." Nothing but silence answered me. I checked my watch. 12:03. Whoever called me should be here by now. I decided to wait in the reception area for a few minutes, but as the seconds ticked by, I grew increasingly uneasy. The cold inside was different from outside, damp and penetrating, seeping through my clothes despite my heavy coat. That's when I heard it, a whisper from somewhere deeper in the building. "Help us." It was so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it, but then it came again. "Help us, please." The voice sounded muffled, like it was coming from behind a wall or door. My journalistic instincts kicked in, overriding my fear. If someone was in trouble, I needed to help. If this was my source, I needed to speak with them. I moved past the reception desk and into a hallway lined with offices. My flashlight beam trembled slightly as I swept it across each doorway. Most were empty, stripped of anything useful long ago. "Hello? Where are you?" I called out. A sound like footsteps echoed from further down the corridor, followed by a metallic scraping noise. I followed the sound, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hallway opened into what had once been the main squad room. Desks had been removed, but outlines in the dust showed where they had stood for decades. A bulletin board still hung on one wall, empty except for a few pushpins and yellowed paper scraps. As I stood there, a sound made me jump, a burst of static from a corner of the room. I swung my flashlight toward it and saw an old police radio sitting on a shelf. It shouldn't have been there. The building had been cleared out years ago, and it definitely shouldn't have been making noise. Yet the radio crackled again, and through the static, I heard a voice. "Dispatch, this is Officer Merrick requesting immediate backup at Ridgewood Precinct. We're under..." The transmission cut off in a burst of static, then returned. "Trapped in the basement. They're everywhere. For God's sake, send everyone you've got." The message ended with what sounded like screams before the radio went silent. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped my flashlight. Officer Merrick? I knew that name from my research into local police history. He had been one of the officers who disappeared during a drug raid gone wrong in 2005, the incident that eventually led to the precinct's closure. I backed away from the radio, telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe kids had brought it in and rigged it somehow. Maybe it was picking up crossed signals from somewhere else. But deep down, I knew better. That radio shouldn't have worked at all. I should have left right then. Instead, I found myself moving toward a door marked basement access at the far end of the room. The logical part of my brain was screaming at me to turn around, but something else pulled me forward. Curiosity, stubbornness, or something I couldn't explain. The door was unlocked. It opened to reveal a dark stairwell leading down. The air coming up from below was even colder, carrying the smell of damp, concrete, and something metallic that reminded me of blood. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, my flashlight beam disappearing into the darkness below. "Hello? Is anyone down there?" No response. I took a deep breath and started down the stairs, keeping one hand on the wall for balance. The stairs creaked under my weight, some of them soft with rot. At the bottom, I found myself in a narrow corridor with several doors leading off it. One was marked evidence, another storage, and at the end of the hall, holding cells. The whispers seemed to be coming from the holding cells, so I moved toward that door, each step feeling heavier than the last. The holding area consisted of 4 small cells with bars instead of doors. They were empty except for metal benches bolted to the walls. In the beam of my flashlight, I saw something on the wall of the last cell, words carved deeply into the concrete. "They're still here." The carving looked fresh, the concrete dust still visible on the floor below it. I reached out to touch it, and the surface was rough under my fingertips. That's when the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath became visible in thick clouds, and the cold burned my lungs. The beam of my flashlight dimmed, flickering like it was about to die despite having fresh batteries. A scraping sound came from the corridor behind me, like something being dragged across the floor. Footsteps, but not normal ones. They were uneven, shuffling, punctuated by that horrible scraping noise. I turned, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness toward the sound. At first, I saw nothing. Then, at the far end of the corridor, something moved. A figure stood there, its proportions all wrong. Its arms hung too low, nearly touching the ground. Its head was tilted at an impossible angle. And its eyes, God, its eyes glowed red in the darkness, reflecting my flashlight beam like an animal's. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. I just stood there, frozen, as the figure took a step toward me, that horrible scraping sound accompanying its movement. "Help us," it said, in the same voice I'd heard on the phone. It took another step, coming more clearly into view. Its face was pale, the skin stretched tight over its skull. It had no hair, and its mouth was fixed in a grotesque grin that showed too many teeth. "Help us, Emily," it said again, and hearing my name from that thing's mouth broke whatever spell had kept me frozen. I ran. I didn't care about the story anymore, didn't care about being professional or brave. I just ran, charging up the stairs 2 at a time, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly ahead of me. Behind me, I heard that scraping sound getting faster, like the thing was pursuing me. I burst through the basement door back into the squad room, but didn't stop. I sprinted through the hallway, past the reception area, and squeezed through the front door so quickly I tore my coat. I fumbled with my car keys, looking back at the building. There, in one of the upper windows, I saw figures, not just one, but several, their red eyes glowing in the darkness, watching me. I got my car started and peeled out of the parking lot, gravel spraying behind me. I didn't slow down until I reached the highway, and even then, I kept checking my rearview mirror, terrified I'd see those eyes following me. When I got home, I locked every door and window, then sat in my bathtub with the lights on until morning, too afraid to close my eyes. The next day, I researched everything I could find about Ridgewood Precinct. There were rumors about officers who had vanished during a botched drug raid in 2005. Their bodies never recovered. Official reports claimed they'd been killed by the drug dealers, but their remains were never found, despite extensive searches. I tried to convince myself that I'd experienced some kind of hallucination brought on by stress and the power of suggestion. Maybe I'd been drugged somehow. Maybe it was carbon monoxide poisoning from the old building. But none of those explanations account for what I saw, what I heard, and they don't explain why, sometimes late at night, I still hear that voice asking for help. I never wrote the story, never told anyone except you here. I stopped pursuing the disappearances case altogether. Some things are better left alone, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever is in that precinct is still there, waiting. And sometimes, when I'm driving home late at night, I take the long way around just to avoid passing anywhere near Ridgewood Precinct.